Hi, this is Regina Y. Favors, and I want to discuss, I want to conduct a film analysis using the theme of Setback and Pressed, which was done in 2011, is one of those movies that I want to begin my series. So, you know that I have a book, Overcoming Setback, 5 Keys for Entering and Exiting Correction, which will be available August 2021. And I've been taking excerpts and passages from the book and creating PowerPoint audio lessons. And those lessons are uploaded to YouTube as well as my IG, Regina Y. Favors. So now I want to get into looking at the theme of setback in certain types of films and exploring the concept. And in this particular film, Pressed, I want to look at how setback affects character development. We have the character, the actor playing a character, and then we have the writer and director sort of developing the character throughout the movie. Now, this particular audio lesson does not include video uploads, and that is simply because of copyright infringement. I don't want to be accused, and YouTube tends to sort of shut down those videos, so I don't want to have any issues. But I do look at a frame by frame and conduct a frame by frame analysis of the film. So this is theme of setback and Pressed, understanding how setback affects character development. This is part of my Overcoming Setback series. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell if you are interested in further videos. Thank you for listening. So this is subject to fair use, even though I'm not using videos. I am teaching, however, or that's the goal. And so this is still subject to fair use. All right, so here's a quick plot summary of Pressed. Pressed centers on Brian Parker. Luke Goss is the main character, and if you know Luke Goss, he has played a character in Blade 2, Hellboy 2, Death Race 2, and One Night with the King, who seeks a quick fix out of his current financial situation, having been laid off from his job as director of sales. To hedge against losing everything, including his family, and using flashbacks that reveal some of his own psychological trauma dealing with financial bankruptcy, Brian engages in an investment scheme, investing all his savings into a short-term drug deal that would allow him to maintain his high-end lifestyle. Pressed also explores two teenagers who are skilled at stealing cars and who also intercept the drug deal, finding the Brian's investment in the back of the car they have jacked. The deal is botched, and Brian finds himself in a desperate situation to recover the missing money. The narrative shifts back and forth between Brian and the teenagers, who later discover that they have stolen money from the wrong people. All their lives are at stake, feeling pressed because of parallel decisions, and what follows reveals multiple character levels as well as greed, deceit, murder, and wealth. And that's the problems of wealth. At the end of Pressed, Brian is forced to make a life-changing decision that affects him, the teenagers, and his family. So that's your plot summary, and you can find variations of that plot summary all on the internet, but that gives you some insight into the purpose of the movie. So your learning objectives, by the end of this film analysis, you will be able to do the following. Summarize the plot. So you should be able to summarize what the movie is about. Recall how the narrative shifts between characters. So there's the narrative of Brian Parker and his issues, and then the narratives of each of the two teens. And then you sort of have the drug dealer hiding in the background, that particular narrative. Analyze the major characters, create a film analysis, and then define how the theme of setback is explored within the analysis. So how I'm defining setback. The the director, as well as the main character, is not exploring setback. They are living setback. And so I'm actually applying setback as a film analysis tool. So therefore, you should be able to apply the 7 stages of setback. And this comes from my book, Overcoming Setback, 5 Keys for Entering and Exiting Correction. And so I came up with these 7 stages: missed opportunity, punishment, pain, correction, recovery, restoration, and advance. And I go into more detail once I finish the film analysis. But basically, missed opportunity is essentially missing that turn in life that usually requires you obeying an instruction or heeding a warning. And so you missed that opportunity. Punishment results from that. Then you feel the pain of it. And then you have to go through a correction process because you missed that opportunity. I mean, if you think about it like this, if you failed a class, which is sort of like a missed opportunity, then the punishment would be you have to retake that class, that course, and the pain of it is having to retake that course along with new courses you still have to take. So the process of having to learn everything that you were supposed to learn in a previous course again, right? The correction is taking it step by step. So say, for instance, if it was math and you failed a math course, whatever you didn't do in the previous course, you are forced now to take math seriously and take it step by step. So if the instructor tells you to show your work, you have to show your work for every problem. So that begins your correction process. Then you recover because you have been corrected. You are restored. That means you are doing much, much better. And then you advance. That means you have succeeded out of that course. You don't have to take it again. You can move forward in the things that you want to do, or of course, or with the next courses and so on. So you should be able, by the end of this particular film analysis, apply the 7 stages of setback. So the narrative structure, I perceive it to be 3 plots. So there's Brian's setback, then the 2 teens setback, and then the drug dealer's setback. So Brian's setback is obvious because he loses his job. He now has to try to make up the money that he no longer has. So he dips into his financial portfolio, and then he gives that money over to a drug dealer who says that he can triple his money on a drug deal. And then that decision creates such a domino effect of feeling pressed because you no longer have that money. You got the threat of your family leaving, etc. The 2 teens setback, one of the teens wants to leave and go on to a better life, and because he is tired of his condition, but he's also the main one who always steals cars, jacks cars. And then the other teen is sort of like the logical person who tells him that he can't do this anymore. But then his narrative shifts, and he actually encourages the one who does all of the jacking of cars all the time. He now wants to jack a car, and we'll get into it. So hopefully you weren't confused there. But they each have their own narrative, and they have their narrative together. And because they get themselves into things, it creates a setback for them that leads to consequences, of course. And then the drug dealer setback is that sort of hidden narrative. It's almost like a subplot. And that setback really begins with Brian reconnecting with a person from the old neighborhood or something like that, who gets him into the deal. And so the guy is sort of beholden to the drug dealer that he was going to give the money for investment. Well, when the kids decide to jack that car that had the money, that created a setback, not only for that drug dealer that Brian knew, but also the drug dealer that he was supposed to give the money to. So that's why I feel like these are three different plots, but they all sort of collide at the end. So this is analyzing pressed, using setback as a theme. So we begin the movie with Brian Parker. You don't get to see the full frame of it, but I give you just a hint about it, and then later in the analysis you'll see what he's actually doing. But there's smoke around. There's a car that he's setting on fire. He's dressed in a suit. He looks at the fire. First, he smokes a cigarette, and then um, um, right before that, though, he pours, gasoline on it. And we don't really see anything other than that. Just those few moments where he's pouring gasoline into a car, he takes out a cigarette, smokes the cigarette, um, gets him a really, really good puff, and then he chunks the cigarette into the car and it blows up. And then somewhere in the frame, there's a car that comes, which opens up the frame to see that this is some sort of big field or something like that, and maybe a dump or something, or a construction site, and then that car drives away or something like that. So this is it to me. It almost, now that I know the narrative, it begins in Setback. You don't know what it is because you might not have seen the movie, but when we get to the part where it is fully revealed why he is out here like this at night, setting a car on fire, you'll realize that this is part of the setback. So the movie after that goes into opening credits, and then we have Brian walking towards his office, and we see the door. The door reads Director of Sales, Brian Parker. So this is a nice office. This is a very clean office, right? He has his coffee. He's standing. He's in a suit. And the suit is lightly colored, but you'll see throughout the movie that his whole clothing choice changes. So this is very light here. We even have a lighted lamp here with flowers. Very very peaceful, right? He feels comfortable in his element. He doesn't even have to sit back in the chair. He can just stand there, almost like a Roman soldier, somebody, and feel the room. And he gets a conference call about a meeting, and he doesn't know that the meeting is about him being laid off. And this is the pic of him being laid off. And I chose this frame because now it creates his setback, right? And he looks small against those two big buildings. Whereas the previous frame, he looks bigger, he looks stronger, he looks taller. He's tall against the desk, against the whole office, really. But here he's holding a box, he's holding his briefcase, he's walking out, he's laid off, and it is a different type of Brian that has now entered a setback. And it was no setback of his own because it was just layoffs, job cuts. But it's hard to reconcile the choices he makes after this, even if he feels pressed. Is still, when you get to understand why he made those choices, you can understand here that, okay, he lost his job, but there's another reason that I'm going to go over throughout the analysis. So this is him looking back, and you're going to see this throughout the film as well, throughout this film analysis, this looking backwards. And it has some credence, it has some sort of significance, because he looks back when he's in the car that we're about to see now, back into his childhood. And setback is one of those, the purpose of setback that I often explore in my book is to go back and look at those areas where you have struggled and failed. Look at areas. It's not for you to cry and say, woe is me. It's for you to look at areas of weakness and fix them before going on to greater battles. And he doesn't allow for his for him an opportunity to look at his areas of weakness, he jump starts into hasty decision making after hasty decision making until it leads to deadly consequences. He's in his car. The director uses this camera angle a lot. Justin Donnelly, he both wrote and directed the film. And so I noticed that there's always a person in a car, a character in a car, in some sort of contemplation. This could be seen as a reflection, or it could just be seen as thinking about the current moment, right? And so he's in a car and looking out and thinking about what just transpired. And this particular contemplation in the car, where he closes his eyes, he looks in the mirror, in the rear view mirror, closes his eyes, and it cuts to his childhood, where his father is holding a bankruptcy court document. His mother is at the front, driving the car, and he, as a young teenager, I guess, is off to the left of his father. And so you will see the character Brian Parker reflect on this. You will see flashbacks of this, and it's more or less a way to sort of have him tap into his psychological aspect of what is going on. Also emotionally, he doesn't really cry at the beginning and throughout, but he does cry in the end. So here is him as a young boy, and it's sort of like some kind of deadness before he's even entered the world. He feels something. Maybe he feels the attitude of his father or the attitude of his mother, their personality. There's always some sort of threat, psychological threat. In this case, it's an economic threat, because if you are entering bankruptcy, it immediately pushes you down the economic ladder, right? And a bankruptcy can stay on your record, your credit report, for 10 years, I think. And so when he is contemplating his being laid off, he's also contemplating his background and the financial issues in his background. And you'll hear him say throughout the movie, I don't want this to happen to my family. And so I believe that belief, or that desire to make sure his family is set, continues to push him so that he doesn't look like the family that he came from. But the problem with his setback here, when he sets himself back in a flashback, you see that there's still no learning. He'll say in the movie later that he ran away, right, when he was younger to try to make it. And you'll see the parallel to one of the teenagers who wants to run away as well. And they both sort of collide in the end. So the setback in this case is him reflecting, but it doesn't really do him any good if he's not going to implement the decisions in a more productive way. This is a frame of his family, present day. So his wife, the son here is happy, and the son that he was to his father is he's hoping that his son doesn't have to grow up in the same way. He lives in a very high-end lifestyle, very nice house, wealthy, right? He made good money as a director of sales, and it is important that he continues to put that smile on his wife's face. That's why when he leaves the job, he doesn't go into the house, because if he goes into the house, he knows that it's going to create a problem. She'll be able to read him. So this happy picture here, he wants to maintain. And so he will do whatever he has to do to maintain it. So they end up having a call right before this frame here, and they are discussing why he can't go on to the trip with them because he has something to do with the job. What's most important, I think, is interesting is that he doesn't tell her about his setback. He doesn't tell her about losing the job. And the thing about setback is often we don't always tell people that we have entered a setback. Sometimes we don't even recognize that we're actually in a setback. We think most times that, okay, this has happened to me, I'm going to get back on my feet, so all I have to basically do is just go get another job. And you see that throughout the movie. He's making calls because after all, he was a director of sales, so he should be able to go get another job, but that's not the case. And he's telling her about the fact that he won't be able to go on a trip with them or meet them on the trip. She's telling him, don't forget the $25,000 donation to the Cancer Society, American Cancer Society. And then other things transpire between them, and then she hangs up. They both hang up, but she sort of hangs up, which startles him. And this idea about the cancer donation check for $25,000, that pushes him on. Not the fact that he really has lost his job and he needs to get another job. He does that for a moment, trying to find another job. And I guess a moment in film time could be much, much longer, but that isn't really his focus. It's what she told him about the $25,000 check. That's a way of maintaining appearance. He's in setback. He's not telling his wife that he's in setback, that they cannot pay that $25,000 check because they need to make sure that they can cover themselves, shelter costs, other types of costs, just maintenance costs, family costs. That takes precedence over a $25,000 donation check. But when you are in setback, you do not think about the most important things because you don't think your setback is going to last long. You always think that it's going to turn around immediately. I know when I was in setback between 2006 to 2013, I thought it was just one of those things where, okay, I lost my job. So, I have a teaching degree, so essentially I'd be able to go and find another job. That was not the case, and I was out of work for a very long time. I didn't return to work until 2013, and it happened during the recession when jobs were sort of not shut down but closed, or the gate was closed for a moment because of the financial crisis. And so as soon as you get a setback, you need to recognize that it is actually a setback, and that if it wasn't a setback, you wouldn't have sort of like the pain or the pain of dealing with that immediate issue. So she's in the car, she doesn't quite understand, but she tilts her head, and the director is giving you this sort of camera angle, looking at her in the car. She may be contemplating, but she doesn't have enough information to contemplate if there is something wrong. It's Brian Parker who is holding the knowledge. He's holding all of the information. He can make things a lot better. It's funny, if he had just come home, got out of the car, walked into the house and said, I lost my job, he would never have gotten into all of the other things that followed. That's very important to know, that you just confess the thing that you have lost. And then there's a different way that you could achieve recovery and restoring and overcoming, and then later advancing yourself. So that's an angle that I want you to think about. So the narrative shifts to these two teens. The one in the car, in the truck, is Jesse McAllister, and the boy standing with the glasses is Sammy. And I don't remember if there was a last name for Sammy. But he had we don't know what it is that he has done, but I'm gonna tell you that he jacked that truck. And that's something that Jesse always does, and something that Sammy has a problem with. And so it looks like he's running things. He looks powerful. And it's almost like he likes the setback. Stealing a car, stealing anything for something that you have not worked for, is a setback. You create an immediate setback because you haven't earned the thing that you're driving. And so that image right here of this young boy doing something before his time, he won't go get a job as a teenager to maybe go get a car, for himself or whatever. He would rather jack a car and call that progress. And you see this oftentimes with people who are in setback when they're trying to get out of their setback immediately, because you're going to see what kind of background Jesse comes from, and you're going to see why he's motivated to leave, or to jack cars for money, or just jack cars for ego. When you feel powerless in a setback situation, you automatically do something, anything to try to wake yourself up, pull yourself out of the setback. But setback requires correction, and you're going to have to go through the process of correction, which might be a lot longer than the punishment or the pain you feel. And he doesn't experience punishment or pain from stealing cars throughout the movie. It isn't until all the worlds collide that punishment and pain sort of becomes prevalent as well as expected. So again, the teenager in the truck is Jesse McAllister, and the boy with the glasses standing outside of the truck is Sammy. So Brian Parker has finally drove up to his house. The wife had already pulled off with their child to go on a trip that he can't go on. And so he's sitting in the garage. He lights a cigarette. He opens the window. He drops a cigarette. And the flames that you see here, even though they are not necessarily flames, they are a little bit reminiscent of the flames that open up the movie. That he's sitting in a car with smoke. And why is that significant? I'm not quite sure. But it's, all kinds of thoughts go through your mind when you are in a setback, or at the beginning of your setback. You just honestly don't know how you're going to work this thing out. Even if you just enter your setback from like an hour ago, something is not quite right, and something is not going to be as easy as you think it is. But until you walk it out, you really don't know. So he's in this car that's filled with smoke, whereas at the beginning of the movie, he was setting fire to a car and you saw smoke. So the thing about setback is interesting. Like, his career can be summed up into this one box. It's funny how you work for, you go to school, you work hard, you spend time on these jobs, 10, 15, 20 years. And at the drop of a hat, at the snap of a finger, you could lose your job. And whatever, he couldn't take the furniture from the job, from his office. Only thing that he could take is the suit that he's wearing, the suitcase that he's holding, and the box. And that your career can be summed up into that one box. It's an interesting visual, and it's set against a house that is clearly high end, right? It is clearly wealthy. It is clearly more than the box that he's carrying. But now you got to reconcile your career, your existence, your setback, and work again from that box. And sometimes you may have to empty that box altogether and create a new box. I don't know. But there is a little bit of time where he's taking things out of the box. And I think he goes into one of his little planners or something like that, and he starts to make calls. But you will see in the movie that he doesn't stick with it. Had he stayed with it and continued to go on interviews, and we don't know how many interviews, we just know about the one that he meets with somebody, and we're about to get into that. So he's making calls just like all of us when we have lost our previous job and we're trying to find a new job. And the interesting thing is he's looking at a newspaper, an advertising paper, but not necessarily calling a headhunter. And I would think that a person who was in middle management would go through a different type of tool, organization, headhunters or something like that. And so this tells you a lot about his mindset, because he's looking for work through a newspaper when he just came off of a job where he was likely making hundreds of $1,000s a year. And so where is the sort of process of him talking to a person from a firm, especially coming from that level? So, it's interesting how we begin to negotiate our setback and forget, where we are. I understand that when you are in setback, you may have to take a job to take a job. But I also think to myself, there's something a little odd too about him looking through a newspaper to find a job, especially with his background. So he's meeting with someone, looks like a job interview, very, kind of classy, not necessarily elegant, but, classy, right? And, at that level, I think they take dinners, they take lunch or something like that, middle management. But he's not going into an office to interview. And I wonder if this is sort of like the first sign that he was not going to be taken seriously or something, because if he has all of that experience and he's good at sales, why isn't he being more received in a more professional way? You take lunch or you take dinners once you have already been on the job and you're setting up a meeting with clients. Even a client, you would have them come into the office, right? So he's experiencing another setback because this interview or this semi-interview is not going to net him a gain. And he's happy for the guy, but he's not going to get the position or be considered for any other position. So here's a setback as well. So the narrative shifts again. The guys do what they do, where they get the car, they drive the car, and then they chunk the car in some remote area. They strip the car of anything they can find. They don't have the skill development to take the tires or to take anything that could be usable for sale. They are kids, they're teenagers. So they strip it to see if there's anything of value in there. Maybe some money, maybe anything that they could find that they could keep or something like that. And they're both sort of talking to each other. Sammy is basically saying, we got to stop doing this. Jesse is calling him a pussy. So they both have this sort of dynamic. One is telling him, one is trying to be logical about the thing, and the other is just hasty, wants to make these types of decisions. And I think it's likely because of the pain he feels from his economic status. Sammy is the one, the Sammy and Stripe. Sammy is the one who is rich. He comes from a rich background. And so in this frame, he's offering Jesse, the one with the coat, $200 because he said, this money is nothing to me. I can give it to you. Jesse is kind of just bewildered, sort of kind of depressed about his situation. He feels stuck. And so jacking the cars gives him purpose versus going to school and, getting out his studies. You'll see at the end that he doesn't want to go back to school. Going to school, getting out his studies, doing things that are much more productive than jacking the car. And so they find a few things, then they abandon this particular truck. So we're now thinking about Parker. We're in the car again, Brian Parker, and he's talking to his banker slash investment, and he's talking about trying to take some cash out of one of his investment portfolios. And so they kind of go back and forth, and they have their discussion about how the IRS, taking too much money might send up a warning signal. And, I think about investing and how every time you want to take your money out, investors always try to come up with some kind of excuse to keep your money in. And they eventually get to a figure about $100,000 to take the money out so that he'll be able to fund his family for at least the next 6 months. This is a good deal because this tells you that he had planned for possible financial setbacks somewhere way back on his previous journey, so that if he ever lost his job, he could still take care of his family. So then you have to ask the question, why didn't he stick with that plan? Why didn't he just stay on that course, get the money out, go back to the house, and begin to or continue to plan from there? So this is where another setback happens, a shift in the narrative again, where distractions are thrown at him and he walks into the distraction. So let's look at this. See, so he's walking into his distraction. It's a bar. He had pulled up to the bar outside, and the investor banker told him, have a drink on me. So it just so happened that he was at the bar, I guess. And I don't know if he's ever visited this bar. It's not clear, but he was, parked outside of it and knew that it was a bar. He walks in, and remembered that his suit was lighter, so it's darker now. And of course, he changed suits so that he can go on that interview. But that was a quick shift from a lightly colored suit and a lightly colored environment, a well-lit type environment, into a darker suit in a darker lit environment. So he's walking into his distraction, further perpetuating his setback. So this is a cut to Jesse's background. We first see hanging clothes, so we know what kind of environment this is. It's maybe poor, working class, etc. And we know Jesse he belongs to this environment because we now get him in the scene. So this is Jesse. You can see the pain in his face. He just wants to leave. He wants a better place for himself. He wants a better life for himself. And he gets into a dialogue with Sammy later in the movie. But this is a bother for him. That it's interesting that as a child, as a teenager, he understands that this is not living life in the best way. His mother doesn't understand it. All of the adults around him don't understand it. But even he knows that this is not the best way to live. And so that he was basically born in setback, if you think about it, because he had no choice in the matter. His mom doesn't work. She does other things for money. And so he's grown up as a child. And it gives you, it makes you think about the visual where Brian as a child was sitting in the car and had no real emotions, right? And then Brian looking at his child, very happy in a certain type of economic environment. And Jesse here, you just see the pain in his face. When I think about this character, this young actor does such a great job of displaying and relaying the stress and the anxiety of being him as a teenager, because you would think that for all the times that he jacks cars, he would be happy. He would have this sort of smirk on his face, be sarcastic, be skeptical. But when you saw him and Sammy standing outside of the truck, he didn't seem all that happy. So that lets you know he must not really want to do that particular thing, but there isn't anything else to do in his mind. So we get this confrontation where his back is to, I guess, the landlord, because the landlord is asking about the rent. So Jesse turns around and gives him some portion of the rent and tells the landlord, "I'm going to give you the rest by the end of the month." Jesse is not the owner, is not the person on the lease, of course, but his mother is not going out and working. The landlord here makes a snide comment. "Tell your mama I said hi," right? And that lets you know on some level that there's an issue with the mother in terms of maybe she's well known for certain things, and that gives him an eye roll, right? That makes him upset, but he keeps on walking towards his house. So now we have the frame where he comes in, and the mother is entertaining a guy. She's sort of seductively entertaining him. We don't know how often this is, but we look at the place, how it's set up, how it's set up in terms of where the couch is, where the TV is. The TV is interesting, whereas it's not across the room, it's right in front of her in the couch. So I wonder how much she gives more time to watching the TV than she does to maybe trying to find a job. And it's a real contrast, because Brian, we will find out later, is really from this kind of background. He doesn't necessarily say it, but when he talks to the guy in the bar, they're sort of like from the same high school, from the same, background. He didn't grow up rich. Remember, his family went through bankruptcy, so he didn't really grow up rich. And so this Jesse here that you see is basically Brian as a teenager. So this is a sort of dynamic. The son comes home, the mother is entertaining a quote unquote guest, and then Jesse decides to go to his room. So now we're back in the bar, and this guy that you see here, this is Jimmy, and Jimmy is the drug dealer, but he says that he owns this bar as well, and it's kind of like a little strip bar. And Brian is sitting at the bar taking a drink, and he basically says he doesn't drink, but he is drinking. And the stare that this guy gives Brian, to me, something about him told me early in my viewing of the movie that he knew Brian, or that he perceived that he knew. Because when he first pours him a drink, Brian says, basically, "Can I have a drink?" And then the guy reluctantly walks over, turns his head, really doesn't look at Brian, and pours him a drink. And then he walks back to where he was standing. And then Brian kind of smirks a little bit, but it doesn't seem like he know the guy. He just understands sort of male code, right? If we were, two females in a bar, and the person was the bar person, and I was a customer, maybe he had a problem with the fact that he was wearing a suit, because everybody in that bar is kind of dressed down, and so people usually have problems with people who they perceive as suits, people who are part of the establishment, and maybe he had that attitude. But I did not like his stare. It bothered me very early in this scene, and he gives this stare throughout their interactions, their engagements, until I feel like he has hooked Brian. He baits him with the first gambling deal, and then he hooks him for more money, and then he switches on him. So I usually talk about bait, hook, and switch as well um, and some of my other types of analyses. So we're back in the narrative with the son and the mother. The mother was trying to steal the guy's wallet, so he got upset. And then Jesse comes out and tries to fight the older man, and then they get into a tussle and end up throwing Jesse across the room. And then the mother's doing her crying, right? And basically he ends up leaving. The guy ends up leaving. And so to me, this seems like sort of like a popular or a standard thing that happens in this family dynamic. The mother brings home a guest, engages the guest, tries to steal money from the guest. There's an altercation, a confrontation, and Jesse feels the brunt of the consequence. The mother doesn't really feel the consequence. I think by the time she has done this at his age as a teenager, she's basically fake crying. I don't think she's really as moved in her mind about change, because it continues to work for her. Jesse continues to supply her with money so she doesn't have to go out for work. So I wonder then, when did her setback begin in life? Has she always been a kind of person that never worked, or did she work and lose her job? We don't get the background, the backstory for the mother, but we just know that she entertains men. So Jesse is sitting up against the refrigerator. Mother is sitting on a rocking chair of sorts or whatever. And when you look at the mother, she looks like a kid. She looks likely like the teenager she was years ago when she started this game of entertaining men. And I don't know, there is no real backstory on their dynamic, only to show you confrontation, struggle, economic status, in contrast to the wealthy economic status of Brian. And I think, to me, that if we were looking at this from a backwards way, that of course this will be Brian and his background and his reasoning for why he wants to run away, which in his life story, in his narrative, Brian does run away. And he doesn't give us the full background, but this Jesse's narrative works like Brian's background, and why he was motivated to run away. And it's likely because there was confrontation in his family dynamic, toxicity as a result of having to file for bankruptcy, and maybe the father leaving the home, or the mother taking Brian and his Brian's mother taking him and Brian and living somewhere else. And when you think about the visual of Brian coming home from right after losing his job, you see his wife holding their child and going away. And of course we know that she's going on a trip that they had already planned to go on, and he can't go on anymore. But that's an interesting visual between Brian looking at his wife taking the child and driving away in the car, and how that might, devastate him, and how in this situation here, the mother or the father might have left the home, or the mother might have taken Jesse away from the father. Either way, we don't see Jesse's father. We don't know what happened to Jesse's father. We don't know if he died. We don't know if they are divorced. She's clearly a single parent. There isn't a ring on her finger, and the house is disheveled. She doesn't keep a good house. The only thing she cares about is entertaining a man. We do get some emotion from her, even though she didn't really care too much about the fact that the man that she was entertaining threw her son across the room. But Jesse, getting up and walking out is something that bothers her. I always said that if you want to overcome setback, you need to grieve over your your hasty decision making. If you were thinking about it from a spiritual standpoint, you need to grieve over your sin, right? You keep making the wrong types of decisions in terms of sinful decisions. But if you were just looking at it from a general standpoint, you need to grieve over your sin. You need to grieve over your hasty decision making. She is stuck. There is a cry there. I don't see a tear, but we understand that she is stuck. And so how do you get out of feeling stuck? You know, the only way to get out of it is to get up, take a shower, put on your clothes, comb your hair, and go out and look for work. That's how you overcome your setback. Of course, you need process, throughout, but basically that's how you overcome your setback. But it looks like she's not willing to do that, because later in the film, there's another man, or the same man. They kind of, look alike. The same man or another man, and she's entertaining again. So we're back in the bar, and they are engaging in conversation. Jimmy is that plaid? I think plaid. And then Brian in his suit. And Brian is smoking. They're both smoking. They're both drinking. And the place is darkly lit. So they engage in a conversation about gambling without calling it gambling. Jimmy offers a proposition. He asks him, how much money do you have in your pocket? Not before Brian tells him that he's lost his job. And that's an interesting irony there. He doesn't tell his wife, but he tells this person that he knew from his past that he really didn't have a strong relationship with. They just so happened to go to high school together. And it's likely that they knew of each other, right? But this begins the baiting process, which really continues the setback processing, right? So Brian is talking about how much money he's going to need or something like that to make it. And he needs to find a job, all that kind of good stuff. And then Jimmy picks up on this idea of him being sort of pressed to get money, right? He doesn't think about his situation as a setback situation. He thinks about it as a pressed situation. When a con man comes after you, they don't listen to your plight. They don't listen to your current situation as being something that is really stressing you out, or in terms of just setback that is something that you need to learn. They look at it as opportunity. So then they begin to bait. They focus on the fact that you're stressed and pressed for money, and that's how they get you. So he baits Brian with this idea of putting $500 on some game. I think it's like a basketball game or something like that. And he asks him how much money he has. Brian only gives him $300. And then the guy adds $200 and said, okay, you owe me, right? And he said, you give me $500 now, I will make you $5,000, right? And he talks about it. I think this is a scene where he talks about it almost like a guarantee, or no, I think it's the other scene where he's, talking about it as a guarantee, but he ends up making good on the gamble. So here's what that looks like. First, though, we need to look at the shift with the two teens again. And Jesse is walking in. It's kind of like he's talking his dialogue, but he's walking his dialogue as well, without movement, without physical movement, because he's talking about how the city has sort of gone down. There are meth heads, there are crack houses, there are all types of crime, and it's just very distressing to him. With Jesse, it's interesting. You see Jesse kind of philosophical, because when he's talking about the city, he's talking about the drugs and the prostitution, and he says the city is dying, right? And I think there was an interesting line that I thought was that I want to sort of say is he says, I don't want to be around to see it flatline. And I wonder how much he's talking about himself. You know, he's talking about his mom, that eventually his mom is going to flatline. One day he's going to walk out and his mom is just going to be lying on a couch. He thinks she's asleep and she's really flatline. Or one day he's going to wake up uh, or not wake up. Or he could wake up and see that his life he hasn't made anything of his life at all. And he sort of shuts down his chances when later in the movie he sets fire to a college brochure as if to say this is not even an option either. But I thought that line was interesting. I don't want to be around to see it flatline. And that's, you know, like Brian is more concerned about paying the $25,000 donation check to the American Cancer Society, and the reason why that's more of a concern for him too is because his wife has reminded him, you know, of that, and so that sticks in his mind, and that's the last thing she said in their conversation. And of course, it's to maintain appearances. Jesse is more willing to leave because he just doesn't want to see the city that is dying kill him too. So I thought that line was kind of interesting to consider. So they're back in the bar. Jimmy keeps working him about the money for the game, about putting down, you know, $500, right, for the game to turn 500 into 5,000. And Brian still mentions this American Cancer Society donation. And Brian really doesn't understand the fact that Jimmy is really reading him. He's feeling him out. He's kind of taking advantage of his setback. Because in the minds of certain people, they think you'll be able to bounce back. If I take this money from you, I mean, you got plenty of money. I mean, you come from a wealthy, I mean, you're already rich. So what's the big deal if I, fake you out, con you a little bit. So he manages to give him the money. Jimmy gets Brian to give him the money. 500 on Indiana, and then he's able to make 1,000. Make 5,000. So we have shifted back to the narrative of the two teens, and this is Jesse setting fire to a college brochure. And I really do have a problem with this because, when you do this, you give yourself no opportunity. He's purposely creating a setback. One of the first setbacks was him not finishing high school, and we get that understanding at the end of the movie. And this is another setback, not to even consider college. And in the dialogue that he has with Sammy is trying to push him into going to school, doing something, but Jesse is so preoccupied with Sammy's economic advantages, financial advantages, that he doesn't see the warning. He doesn't see what Sammy is really trying to get at. Jesse is missing his opportunity to hear instruction about what it is that he needs to do going forward. Later, I think towards the middle, Sammy tries to get Jesse to think about, okay, have a plan just before you decide to leave. And Jesse doesn't want to have a plan. And Jesse reminds me a little bit of me. All these people trying to tell you something to do, and you just, bullheaded and going to do whatever it is you're going to do. And then 10 years down the road, it catches up to you. that decision making that you did has a way of catching up to you. So burning the college brochure is really just very unproductive. It's almost like he's trying to burn it out of his head. But then you think about these flames and the smoke that is emitted from burning the college brochure, and you think about the opening of the movie with Brian pouring gasoline into a car and, you know, setting it afire. And then you think about Brian sitting in the car as an older individual and smoking and letting the smoke fill the air. And so now you see Jesse setting something afire. So he's setting his future afire. He's setting any opportunity of fire, any possibility of fire. It doesn't matter. He reading the brochure is not enough. Going to the place. Sometimes you have to put yourself into the place. When you're trying to overcome setback and you have a vision of yourself of going forward and being in a place, you go to that place. It's something that I tell my students. If you know, I teach at the community college level, and so I tell students, whatever institution that you want to transfer to, go to that place. Go and sit on the benches. Go and walk among the other students. Sit in one of the classes, you know, get permission. Sit in one of, because if you position yourself in that environment, it will encourage you. And so for Jesse to not even do that, just not hear instruction at all, miss the opportunities, the multiple opportunities that even Sammy was trying to show him, but even his mother is not productive in life. She is a visual representation of perpetual setback. She's not going to move forward. And it might have to take Jesse leaving, which we will also see, for her to move forward, because how is she going to make any money? And but you know, she still continues to make money in the most popular way there is. And there's that Cancer Society donation. I thought it was interesting that Justin Donnelly, the director, gave us a frame of that. And right after this, we see Brian sitting on the couch looking at the game to see if those numbers confirm, and to see if the $500 that he invested, or $300 to, well, no, $500 because he had to pay the guy back later. $500 he invested, that he got a return on his investment. And so, you know, return on investment is a very interesting thing to think about, because we think that if we give these donations, there is a return on our investment. Well, you have the ego boost of being a wealthy person and being able to send a $25,000 check and being able to tell people and feel the social validation. I mean, you are already socially validated with the house you have or the job you have, and the fact that the wife doesn't have to work and she can take care of the kids all day, right? But then you have the validation of just, you know, being able to do that, being able to give that kind of money to somebody. But the Cancer Society doesn't really invest in you back. Not really. Not technically. The money that you give is for other people. So that if you get on financial hard times, you couldn't call the Cancer Society to tell them to give you back your donation because you got to pay your rent or your mortgage. And it was very wise of Brian to have an investment portfolio for money that was easily, you know, attainable if something happened. But he's preoccupied throughout the whole movie with this donation. Like, it is the biggest push for him to get the money enough to pay this donation versus be motivated to get money to pay beyond this donation or pay beyond any other types of investment. And so he's sitting on a couch. He finds out that the team won, and then he goes back to the bar to see Jimmy. So he's back at the bar. Jimmy gives him his return of $5,000. He's interestingly in a light suit again. And I don't remember if he had gone to an interview or anything like that, but he's in a light suit again. So that lets you know that he's happy with the money that he has. He's not as depressed, right? There's a smile on his face. There's a lot of less stress. Jimmy feels all right about himself, you know. They engage in conversation. So the conversation that they engage in is Jimmy now propositioning. That's the word I want to use, propositioning. Because we have, one of the things is prostitution that Jesse talks about, and he doesn't refer to his mother as prostituting, but he uses the term prostitution when he's speaking with Sammy out there in the field. So now that Jimmy has baited Brian in this small little deal of turning 500 to 5,000, he now wants to hook him. And so he tells Brian about this deal that he has that requires a $100,000 investment. And Brian is basically saying, I can't really afford something like that. And when I look at this and I parallel this to the two teens, it is always one person in a relationship who gets you into something. And sometimes they get you into something by telling you what it is, not necessarily the full consequences of that decision, but enough just to tell you that it's not going to be all that good, right? Or they will get you into something and you don't know what it is, and then you find yourself in it. And Jimmy and Jesse remind me of that dynamic. I have a cousin like that who used to get me into a lot of stuff when I was young. And when I reflect on that at 46 years old today, and today's day is April 27, 2021. When I think about that, I should be dead. I should have been sex trafficked. I should have been in jail or something, because the types of stuff that she got me into, they were just really dangerous. And that was back in like 90s or something, 80s, 90s. Now, fast forward to your 21st century, there's a lot more to get into. But Brian says he can't afford it right now, but Jimmy keeps working him. The thing about Setback in this two-party dynamic is that if you say that you cannot afford something right now, say it and walk away. It's what I hear men often say what you mean what you say. So if you can't really afford it, take the $5,000 and walk away. Because you already know that you have money coming from the financial portfolio. You talk to your banker. So you just needed maybe like some upfront cash or something like that. I don't even think he needed that. He just got swept up in what Jimmy was talking about. And so he went on ahead and just, did it for fun. But now Jimmy is coming up with this drug deal that's going to be $100,000. And he's promising, here's what the guarantee is. He's guaranteeing that he can triple his money, turn $100,000 into $300,000. And even Brian is shocked by that. It's that, so you're now guaranteeing it? It doesn't make any sense. Now, how can you guarantee? But Brian doesn't do enough self-reflecting, or he doesn't do enough challenging of Jimmy's argument. Jimmy is making an argument. Brian puts forth a very quick counter argument, but he doesn't stay with the counter argument. He doesn't think about the logic of what Jimmy is saying. In some ways, Brian just continues to push himself in his own setback, because nobody can guarantee $100,000 to $300,000. It doesn't make any sense, right? And especially Jimmy is no real professional. So where is he going to get $300,000? And if he did, he wouldn't give it to Brian. He would take that money himself. And it's not like they're in the same profession. It's not like they know the same people for Brian to make sure that he gets his $300,000. So Brian, in this argument, what you see here is an argument. I teach the building blocks of argument. And so what you see here is an argument that Jimmy is making. He's making a claim that he can give if Brian invests $100,000, that he could give him a return of $300. That's his claim, right? Brian has said, well, how can you guarantee that that's it's a counterclaim, and it is a strong claim at the beginning, but he doesn't stick with his own counterclaim, and he doesn't get to a rebuttal that puts the conversation to a halt. So Jimmy gets into the evidence that, I know this particular drug deal, importing, exporting, right? And he talks as if he's very sure of himself. But if Brian has stuck with his initial counterclaim, how can you guarantee? It would have revealed itself that Jimmy doesn't know what he's really doing and that he's talking out the side of his butt. So Brian ends up giving him the $100,000 that we're going to see later. And that means that Jimmy won the argument. If you think about life in the same way as a boxer, two boxers in a ring, and you think about life as an argument, and the boxers representing life, right? And one boxer makes a hit, that's your claim. Another boxer makes a hit, that's the counterclaim. And then they go back and forth, and then they begin to pull out skills to try to get that opponent down. That's, supporting evidence, right? But until you make sure that you hit that boxer to the point that he doesn't get up again, you're going to keep going back and forth, rounds. But that one punch that you make should knock that boxer down, or that one argument that you make, or your rebuttal that you make should knock that opponent down to the point he can't get back up. And so Brian is allowing Jimmy to basically knock him around. He's not putting up any real effort at defending himself. It doesn't become clear that he's trying to defend himself until later, when Jimmy can't produce the money. And it's not Jimmy's fault. We'll find out later, but he can't produce it. And so something in Brian wakes him up to the point that he gets violent, and there are consequences to his actions. So there's a flashback while he's standing and talking to Jimmy. This flashback to his childhood bankruptcy court still plagues his mind. He still thinks about this. And this lets you know that he never really recovered from this. That even if you go and make a success of yourself and do well in areas and get a good house or something like that, that there are some issues in your past that can really bother you, that can really plague you. No matter what you try to do, it won't leave you alone. And this is something that if he has to continue flashbacking or reminding himself of this bankruptcy court situation that affected his childhood, and allowing it to sort of permeate every decision that he makes, it's a problem, because he's going to make the wrong decisions based upon this visual in his head. And even if he was a child and he didn't understand bankruptcy court, it was still, the environment in the car was still so bad to the point that he took it in and he felt it. It wouldn't become until later in life that he realized what the bankruptcy court was about and how much of an importance it was, and how it affected his decision making later. But even now, I don't think he's reflecting on it. I think he's reflecting on the fact that he doesn't want to lose his family, or just really, or he just doesn't want to go through bankruptcy. Who wants to go through bankruptcy, right? In some cases, you can sort of get out of debt, right? But then there are other cases where you just have to process out. So this is a flashback to his time that we keep seeing throughout the movie. So now we shift the narrative to drug dealing, because remember, Jimmy is a door. Like many people, Jimmy is a door. This is basically what Jimmy gets Brian into, which is the drug smuggling, right? So we're at the airplane hangar, and we're going to see this scene again at the end of the movie. We're at this airplane hangar. We see the drugs that are wrapped up, and we don't have much more than them just working this particular scene. But this is what Jimmy has gotten Brian into, but it is also where Brian has got himself into, that the choices we make, we can't choose the consequences. We can make the choice, but we don't know what the consequences are. This is no minor drug deal that Jimmy has gotten Brian into. This is a major enterprise. And so there's a hierarchy here, and there are consequences that could lead to death. And so this setback that Jimmy has entered and perpetuated throughout the movie is about to net him the wrong result. So Jesse decides to leave. Mom again is entertaining a guest. And Jesse had already had some money, so now he's from all of the cards he's jacked, or however way he has gotten money. So now he has some kind of sympathy for his mother, some kind of honor for her to leave her some money on the table. Hopefully she'll wake up before the man wakes up. And the way they are lying on the couch, she's likely to wake up before he does. But it's something, though, for a son who cares about his mother, who still, sort of despises her and her choices, to still care enough to leave her some money so that she can get by, she can pay the rent, etc. So Brian has agreed to the deal with Jimmy. So his contact is Jimmy. Brian doesn't know anybody else. That this is very crucial. It's extremely crucial to pay attention to this idea. Brian doesn't know the enterprise. Brian doesn't know the drop-off locations other than this money that he's given to Jimmy for investing. Brian doesn't know anything about the enterprise that he's about to engage in. Also, look at his outfit, his clothing choices. He's wearing jeans. He's wearing a white shirt, collared shirt, that same gray jacket, but it's not paired with the gray slacks. Looks like he's wearing some dress shoes, but he's carrying the briefcase with the $100,000 in it. There's also another thing I want you to know before we get into the next frame, is that Jesse says later in the movie, why do I get myself into these things? That's important to consider in the context of not knowing your enemy, not knowing what you are doing. And then Brian says to Jimmy later, when he discovers that Jimmy doesn't have the money and they're basically, the deal is botched. Brian says, how do you give money to somebody you don't know? How do you get into business with somebody you don't know? Now, isn't it irony? Because here it is, Brian is doing exactly the thing that you see Jesse say, and you see him saying with Jimmy. And this runs a little counter to who Brian is. If I can just add another note. Now, he was the director of sales. Well, before you can sell somebody anything, you know your client. And in some ways, Brian is acting like a client who just gives over his money. But Brian also has a knowledge set that that reveals, and he doesn't really tell us that. We have to fill in the gaps. If he's a director of sales, that means he met sales quotas, he had good numbers. That also means that he had to learn his customer, learn the business, make those sales as well. So he comes with a knowledge set and skill for sales. So that means that if he's engaging in any kind of business venture, whatever it is, a drug deal or any other type of venture, why isn't he doing research? He's only relying on Jimmy. And Jimmy, yes, Jimmy owns a business according to Jimmy, but has Jimmy revealed to Brian his business savvy, his business ownership? Jimmy is found behind a bar pouring drinks. And usually the person who owns a business hires a bartender to pour drinks. They don't usually pour the drinks. They are usually in the office somewhere. And so that's something to think about too. So when Brian initially comes into the office, into the bar, why is his first point of contact Jimmy and not a regular bartender if Jimmy is the owner of the bar? So it's all types of distractions. There are so many ways that you can go at this in terms of thinking about this, but just to leave you with this idea, why are you getting into something that you have no idea about, that you don't know the system of? You have never engaged this market. If you are a sales guy, you have never engaged the drug dealing market. So why are you not researching it before you get it? So this continues the setback. It perpetuates the initial setback and just keeps him in setback to the point that he just has no other energy but to keep going in the thing that he's going in. So we are now back into the narrative of the two teens, remember? And Sammy is questioning Jesse's desire to leave, right? And he's asking him where he's going to go, how he's going to get around, things like that. And Jesse doesn't give him a really straight answer other than, he'll find his way. And Sammy is basically suggesting that's not a plan. And Jesse is going to hear that again towards the end of the movie, that's not a plan. This is contrasted to the hastiness of Jesse to leave without a plan is no different than the hastiness of Brian to try to get out of his setback without a true plan, right? But this is contrasted with the idea that Brian does think he has a plan, even though it's not a true plan. Getting into the drug dealing and drug smuggling is not a plan. It's a momentary, hasty decision that's going to net you the wrong results. But you can also look at Jesse's desire to just run away as also hasty, because he doesn't have any skills, He's refusing to go to community college. He thinks it's lower than his ability, right? And he has no other skill other than to know how to drive, right? So maybe if he went to truck driving school or something like that, he could do that. But he has no other skills, so why run away if you don't have anything? But the irony is that Brian actually has a skill. He has a marketing and sales skill, and he's not using that skill. That it's interesting that we can have gifts and talents that are adjacent or housed within us, and given any context where we are pressed, using that term from the movie, we don't use those skills. So that creates an automatic setback because you're not operating in what you know you can do. You have Brian knows how to sell, but Jimmy is the one who ends up selling Brian, right? Jesse knows how to drive, but Sammy here ends up driving Jesse, because we're going to see later that it is Sammy who always criticizes Jesse about jacking cars. Sammy is the one who initiates the jacking of Jimmy's car that they discover, and that leads them down the wrong road, right? So a plan does matter. That if you have a plan, how many times have you heard this? That if you don't plan your life, someone will plan it for you, right? If you don't have something set out, at least set up appointments or at least enroll in college, because then it gives you something to think about before you get into something else. So Jesse, for the first time, says that he doesn't want to jack the car or jack a car to leave town, because he says he wants to leave clean. Because remember, it's Jesse who says that the city is flatlining, right? And so in some ways, he may not want to be a participant of the city flatlining. So if he's going to leave it behind, he wants to leave it clean. So now we're back in the bar, and Brian is now showing the money that he has brought. The irony is it's in a work briefcase. Interesting enough, these are work areas that you would usually store things in. So I wonder if that's the same briefcase. I'm quite sure it is. It's the same briefcase when he is laid off and he's walking towards his car with the box. That briefcase that was a work briefcase where he worked clean, in the same way that Jesse wants to leave the city clean. He worked clean. Brian worked clean. Now he's working unclean, right? Now he's working in a criminal enterprise. So he's using a work briefcase to solve his setback, in a sense, with money in it. It's interesting too how we trust people. Brian has no other history other than knowing Jimmy from the high school they were in the 90s. He has no history other than that. Just that one encounter in their young adulthood. And he's giving $100,000. Now it's an investment, as they call it, but he's giving over 100. That's all he has. $100,000. I cannot stress that enough. $100,000 for somebody he doesn't know, for some drug dealer he doesn't know, for some system he hasn't learned about or researched, and he's giving $100,000. So it's interesting that he's on the client end, and I wonder how many times he has tried to sell a customer on this very idea to fork over that kind of money, and the customer still doesn't understand what they are investing in. This is a very interesting dynamic here, a very interesting visual. There is some reluctance on his part in terms of him lowering his head, but where is his strength as an individual? You know, you lose your job and it knocks you down a peg, and you scramble to try to find something else. Where I have to applaud Brian, and I've noted this in previous slides, was that he made sure to save enough money for hard times. But now he's giving over his money during hard times, and he's not investing in the right context. So this is going to be very interesting. All right, so this is where the two guys are talking about still Jesse leaving, and Sammy being bothered by it, and it is really here where he's talking about that's not a plan. But I thought this visual here was interesting because I could have just stayed with the previous visual, but I thought this was because this is sort of like two young men, the two hopes of young men against the backdrop of semi-destruction or something, or chaos, or however way you want to look at this visual. This is the hope of two young men, and they are making bad decisions from their young adulthood. And no, they haven't been caught stealing cars yet, but they end up stealing a car that leads to a botched drug deal, and they end up having money that belongs to the wrong people, and they go on shopping sprees. They do a number of things that you just shake your head. And I wonder, looking at this backdrop, how many dreams were started, and didn't finish. That looks like, towards the right of the frame, that looks like a house or something. And then you see other items spread out and just turned over, and the weeds have grown, and this reminds you of your dream. If you don't tend to your dream, that one aspect of setback could be you not tending to your own dream, and that eventually is going to work against you because you are allowing too many distractions, you are allowing too many weeds. We call it in the Bible the tares. And when it comes time for you to try to get your life back, you have so many areas of your life that you're going to have to resolve and self-reflect on and think about. And if you look at each of these areas within this frame, it's so much that you have to do. That's why it's just better to mow the lawn. It's better to throw things out when you need to throw things out. It's better to manage what you have, because when you don't do that, it places you in setback, and then you have to build from setback. And when you are building from setback, it could take longer because of so much stuff you have surrounded yourself with. So there's that stare again that I hate. Brian has given him the money for investment, and later when Brian leaves, Jimmy is going to go out and back to behind the trash dumpster, and he's going to pull out a bag of drug product. And he didn't actually show Brian this. This is interesting. I didn't think about it until now. He didn't tell Brian about the drugs that he was hiding at the back. And then when he gets on the phone, he's going to talk to somebody and say, I got the investment that you want. So I wonder then if he had planned to deceive Brian the whole time, that he never intended to give him the $300K. And I said that earlier, that if you get $300K out of $100,000, why would you even give that to somebody, especially if you're a con person, right? If you're a con man. So that stare bothers me, because that stare tells me there's some sort of ulterior motive that he has, that he hasn't been as forthcoming. And we see that when he goes behind the truck, a trash dumpster, and retrieves a bag with drugs in it, and that's when he hears his car start. So the guys are still talking, and this is Sammy right here pulling at Jesse to steal a car for one last time, because he feels like Jesse is serious about leaving. But I interpret this scene a little differently. I interpret Sammy not wanting his friend to leave. And so that he's using the carjacking that they've always done as a way to, I guess, re-encourage him in a strange way, re-encourage him so that he won't leave. Because when they discover the money in the car, they end up returning to Jesse's house. So I interpret this because they have grown up together. Sammy doesn't want his friend to go. And so this is a different type of interpretation that I feel is going on. So we have Jimmy on the phone talking about how he's got the investment. So that means he didn't have any money. Oh, that's so interesting. That he's supposed to be the bar owner, right? So why doesn't he have already $100,000? Why does he need Brian's money as an investment? Because this confirms my assumption that Jimmy doesn't have anything. Jimmy is not made. I don't think that's Jimmy's bar, because on the phone here, he's saying to the person who's on the other end of the phone, I got the investment money. I got the investment. And then he's basically saying, I'm going to leave it in the car for you to pick up. And this is him actually putting it in the car. And you can tell this is not his money, meaning that it didn't come from his work ethic or whatever, because who leaves $100,000 in the car? Why can't the guy just come into the bar and get the briefcase? Because if the bar belongs to Jimmy, then he could take whomever back there to his office, and we never see him in his office. Isn't that strange? We never see him we always see him bartending, and we never see him in his office. When they make the exchange, Brian and Jimmy, they're doing it at a booth table that customers sit at. So why in the world should we believe that this bar is really that bar is not Jimmy's? I think Jimmy set Brian as a mark, because he knew he had some kind of money. He knew he had like a fancy suit on or something. So he knew he had something, and he thought about it, and he figured out a way to work them, right? Bait, hook, and switch. So this is him putting the money in the car, because if you work for that yourself, you're not going to put it in the car and not stand there and watch. Otherwise, you just have the person come into the bar if it is your bar. I don't think it was. I don't think it is. So now here's where the narrative shifts. Truly shifts. I mean, we have the going back and forth that Justin Donnelly does, who is a director, does with the different narratives, right? The three different types of narratives. But this is where things turn really deadly, because these two boys are now going to come upon the car that Jimmy just put money into, and they're going to jack the car, because they are working with their skill set, right? It's a bad skill set, but they're working from their habit. And so, and anytime they see something that they feel that they can jack, it's a trigger for them. So they're not really bothered by the fact that it's a nice car, and they weren't bothered. They weren't bothered by the big truck that they, jacked. So this is where the narrative is actually going to shift, where it's going to send everybody into a frenzy, leading to, deadly consequences. So Brian is walking in a park. Just before he gets to this part, there's a lot of animation and play between the family members, and it gets him to thinking, and so he turns and looks back at them. And don't forget, he's always looking backward, right? He's remembering his own childhood, his own upbringing. He has flashbacks to when he was in the car. And so the horsing around with the family really moves him. And then he gets a call from Jimmy. So the guys run into a snag in their jacking exercise, right? The car has a flat tire. There's some irony in this situation. Sammy is saying we need to fix the tire. Okay. Jimmy is saying it really doesn't matter. We'll just leave it here. Jimmy keeps his same refrain. He doesn't take responsibility. But Sammy is all of a sudden the one who initiates and says, let's steal a car, is the one who's now saying, let's be responsible and fix the tire. It's weird how they reveal their character, how they reveal their ethical thinking, their morality. In all other instances, all they did was jack the car, drive it to some sort of abandoned area, strip it, whatever things they could do with it, right? And then walk away. But now all of a sudden, Sammy wants to fix it. He wants to fix. So he's basically saying, let's fix the setback. The setback for them after jacking the car is the tire blowing out on them. So the car that they jacked is of no longer use, but Sammy is trying to make it of use because he feels like there's some purpose. And another irony is that he doesn't really want his friend to leave, Jesse, but in wanting to fix the car, if they fix the tire, Jesse will leave. So they're all mixed up in their thinking about the decisions that they make. But I thought it was interesting that they're wanting to fix the setback. The immediate setback is the tire blowing out, and they want to fix it. And this is the same car that they just jacked. So going back to the narrative with Jimmy, the person in the truck right here across the way is actually part of the drug dealing scheme or something like that. And they were tied to, if the kids hadn't jacked the car, they were going to pick up the money from the car. So this is becoming a little ominous because there's somebody watching Jimmy. So now the movie is pushing a sort of urgency, pushing a sort of pressing. Now Jimmy is pressed. The two teens are not necessarily pressed. They may be annoyed, but they're not really pressed yet. But Jimmy is pressed because he doesn't have the money that he claimed that he had. So this is where the discovery of the money, Sammy discovers it first because it is a briefcase. And so you often want to open up whatever it is that, you see is available for you to open. So he discovers the money, and then he calls over Jesse to look at the money. Okay. Brian is now returning from that field, that little play area that he was walking from. He's also kind of bothered by this idea of Jimmy not coming clean with him concerning the drug deal. He just seemed kind of weird in his discussion with him. And so that prompts Brian to go home. Well, when he goes home, his car is repossessed. So now begins truly his pressing. I'm not quite sure that he was pressed when he lost his job. I'm not quite sure that he was pressed with the 25,000, donation, because you got to know that you are really in a bad predicament, to me, for you to feel pressed. I think that was pre-pressing or problems or something like that. But the car being repossessed, something that you value being repossessed. And it's interesting, I don't feel like he was all that pressed when he gave over the $100,000. If he was pressed about that, he would never have returned to the bar. Jimmy didn't know where he lived, right? And he's not working on a job, so and he doesn't have to go to that bar anymore. But if he was truly pressed about that, he would never have gone to the bar. So I think that's all sort of pre-processing of something, right? Pre-pressing. But coming home and finding your car repossessed and a note on your door, that begins, to me, his real pressing, because now he can't get around like he needs to get around, and that perpetuates further his setback. So the boys return home. So remember, it was Jesse who has the bag and he wants to leave. He's in a green coat. But Sammy's decision to jack the car, and they end up jacking the wrong car and finding money in the car, has caused Jesse to return. Remember, Jesse wants to leave. He wants to leave because he doesn't want to be part of the flatlining of the city. But now he's returning back to the same environment, context that he feels weighs him down, that doesn't give him a smile. Sure, he got money, and it's not his money, but that lets you know this supports the claim that he did not have a plan. So there's this going back and forth about the money and how they shouldn't spend it or something like that. And but Sammy, who is holding the money right here, is already rich. And he's going to say later, I'm rich, we're rich, right? But he's already rich. The person who needs the money more is Jesse. But you see Sammy holding the money. And, poverty meets wealth, right? Social systems, social structures, that you often wonder who has the power in the relationship, in this relationship. Is it Sammy who has the power, or is it Jesse? I think Jesse thinks he has a false power. I think he thinks he has power, but I think it's a false power, because look who's holding the money. Jesse has always ridiculed Sammy because of him being rich, right? Already, his parents are rich, but Jesse doesn't pick up money. He doesn't hold the money. You see Sammy holding the money. And then you also see Sammy saying, let's enjoy this. Now remember, this is money that they haven't worked for. They haven't been working for money the whole time of the film, but they definitely haven't worked for this. They found something and they want to enjoy it as if they were enjoying the labor, the fruit of their labor. But they haven't actually worked for something like this, but they want to enjoy it. So Brian is now trying to call Jimmy. Jimmy is not answering the phone, which pushes Brian into more of a pressing frenzy, trying to get Jimmy to come back. Now you look at this scene, this frame here, and you look at the house. We've seen in the film, you see the front of the house, but this calling of Jimmy on the phone is at the back of the house. And it's nice, pristine. You got a nice pool here. You got landscape. You got a nice big balcony. Looks like some sort of gazebo or something. Patio furniture, whatever you got. It takes time to put all of this together for your life. It's not just you being in a nice neighborhood, upscale, elite, or something like that. But no matter where you live, how you dress the place, how you furnish the place, how you take care of the place. That takes time. That takes over time. But one decision can burn it all down. Brian might as well have burnt his house down. In the same way he burnt that car, he might as well have burnt his house down with that one decision to go into a drug deal. Because even if he wasn't sure enough about the gambling, the turning the 500 into 5,000, he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was getting into a drug deal of 100,000 to 300,000, right? And that decision, right? That really, the decision to go into that bar wasn't a good one, right? The first time, but that decision to engage Jimmy and give in to the whims and hastiness of Jimmy, who didn't even have any money and probably don't even own the bar, take out a match and light that match, pour gasoline on the house and light that match, and he has basically burned down his house, Brian. So there's that phone activity again, trying to still get at Jimmy. He can't get him on the phone. So now he's going to push him or press him to now go and look for Jimmy. So shifting the narrative, we have two kids who are shopping with money that they did not earn. And I'm not quite sure you can say they stole the money. They stole the car. Now, if you're not telling anybody about the money that you found in the car, that could still be perceived as stealing. But I feel like they stole the car, not necessarily the money. The money came with the car or something like that. Regardless, it's all wrong. And they're holding up the money, like they're stars. They're taking pictures. They're commenting on the phone that it's a better picture with that phone. They're holding up cash, and they haven't worked a day in their life in order for them to enjoy it. And I think to myself, how are you going to explain that to your parents that you have all these things, right? They can't lie and say they have jobs, but So Brian has now come to the bar. And I think it's interesting, the positioning of where Jimmy is standing. He's standing in front of a sign that says staff only. And I don't think that's a mistake. I think that's purposeful in the director's point of view, that Jimmy really has been staff the whole time, that he doesn't really own the bar. They have all these conversations outside of an office. And any establishment, especially when you own it, you want to put forth this ego, like you are the big boss around here, and you will wear suits. You will carry yourself in such a way that this is yours. And so you will walk your friends, you'll do whatever you have to do to show them what you got. So let me show you your office. There's another thing that you don't see in the movie with Jimmy. He's not really engaging any of the staff, the strippers, right? The people who are doing the little dances. I thought that was interesting, because usually you get to see the person's character and how they are engaging the people around them. And the only character that we see in him is being behind the bar, pouring drinks for Brian, coming up with these little schemes, and that's all we basically see. And we don't see him operating in his environment. This is supposed to be his environment. He's supposed to be a taskmaster. He's supposed to yell at somebody. He's supposed to say all types of things. We don't see the business aspect of it. Now, that could be, the creative license of the director that Jimmy is not that important of a character. But I think if you're going to have a character, say he's the boss, or he owns the establishment, then he should operate like he owns it. Being just behind the bar doesn't mean anything. Anybody can do that. But standing in front of staff only and no one beyond this point, basically, just suggests to me that Jimmy really didn't own the bar. He doesn't own the bar. So there's this engagement between the two. Jimmy is not taking it as seriously about losing the money, and really no fault of his own in terms of he didn't jack his own car. But I think his major fault as a character is leaving that money in the car unattended, you know. And I'm shocked that he didn't park his car around at the back of the building. If it's such a beautiful car and it's so fancy or whatever, why is it parked in front of the bar? You know, if anything, that's really for customers. I would have parked that at the back so I could make sure that it's okay. And I would have done all I could to ensure my car was okay. So Jimmy is now pressed. He's feeling his pressing. He goes back to the back room, to the bathroom, to try to regain his composure because he can't really explain the money away other than to say the truth that someone jacked the car. So he doesn't know how to actually address the situation other than to go back to the back, regain his composure, regain his stance, regain his argument, and see what he comes up with. Whatever comes out of his mouth, that's what he's going to come up with. So now we have an introduction of a gun, and we haven't seen a gun throughout the whole film. The introduction of a gun is the introduction of a solution to the setback. Remember, Jimmy has his own setback. His car was jacked. The money was in the car. He can't use the money as an investment with the drug dealer. So that's his 3 level of setback. And so he never pulled out that gun any other time than now. So he's willing to pull out the gun to resolve the setback dealing with Brian. It's funny that he's willing to use a gun. He's because if you pull something out, you are ready to shoot. And he's willing to leave Brian clueless about the whole situation, use a gun to resolve the situation, to fix his setback. In the same way that, it's not the same, but Sammy wanted to fix his setback. So it's interesting how you see the characters now getting into moments where they are pressed in their character development and they're now wanting to fix their setback. But sometimes you can go too long to the point that you may not be able to fix the setback. So we see Jimmy with a suitcase. And remember when I said that I felt like Jimmy, that the relationship that you see with Jimmy and Brian reminds me of Sammy and Jesse in a way. Remember, it's Jesse who has a bag and wants to leave. So now you see Jimmy with the bag and wants to leave, right? That when they are pressed in their situation, when they feel like they are stuck and can't get out, they pack a bag and they leave. Well, Brian felt the same way when he was in his young adult years and he ran away. And so it's funny that all these people they're all coming together and they're all sort of characters that run when things get tough. Coming to the bar is really running. Because he says that in the film he's not really a drinker, but he ends up drinking, right? He doesn't have enough money, but he ends up bringing the $100,000 anyway. You know, there were many times that Brian could have gotten up and walked off, just walked out, paid the bill and walked off. And so he stayed in some ways out of curiosity. He was interested in staying in his own setback out of pure curiosity. And that's why people end up getting too far deep into the thing that they have chosen, and it being too hard for them to get out. So here's the confrontation, and you see Jimmy's hands sort of go to a defensive mode when it comes to Brian. Brian hasn't really been as overt in his personality. He's been basically kind of laid back, needing to be steered a little bit. See, that's what happens when you run away before your time. He didn't have the sustained parental direction. But then you see Jimmy, who was willing to stay with his mom, but she's not giving him parental direction either. So he felt like he got to go. But you see this defensive mode that you need to, Jimmy is essentially saying, calm down. It's not that serious, but it's still Brian's $100,000. That's how you know Jimmy doesn't really care about the situation as much as it seemed like he should care, because it wasn't his $100,000. It was somebody else's investment. There's that introduction of the gun again. So he showed us the gun in the bathroom, but now he's trying to use the gun to continually set Brian back. There is setback as a noun, and then there's setback as a verb, right? As a phrasal verb. And so he went to the defensive position by having his hands up, and now he has transitioned to the gun. And so now this is how he wants to solve the problem. It's interesting, though, that he doesn't immediately shoot Brian. If he's this big time drug dealer type person who is just, bigger than life, why doesn't he shoot him? I understand for the film reasons that he's not going to shoot him, but why doesn't he shoot him? The drug dealer at the end of the movie, when everything comes to a head, he has no problem shooting Brian. He gives Brian and the two teams three choices, and we're going to get into it. And once one choice is made and the other choice is made, he shoots Brian. So Jimmy is a wannabe. Jimmy is really a wannabe character, drug dealer, who doesn't have the character either to be a drug dealer or to be a fake boss or to be a fake business owner. Jimmy is really one of those types of people that snake their way into your life because they're really looking for something else. And they see you as the person that they can mark and get it from. Jimmy always planned to leave. That suitcase that we see him holding in the previous frames, that's not something that suddenly comes to mind as a result of being pressed because he lost the money. That is something that I believe he had planned. When Brian looks at the suitcase and looks at the fact that he has tickets, that's something that's already been planned. Jimmy is just basically a con artist. That bar that he says he owns, it probably belongs to somebody else, like a family member, and he was just tending the bar, and the family member is out of town or something like that. And so using the gun is a solution to resolve and fix the setback that Jimmy still caused. So now we have Brian addressing Jimmy. He's surprised by the gun, of course. And he's wondering how it got to where it got to. But one of the questions that I told you about earlier that he poses is, how do you give $100,000 to people you don't know? And something in Brian should have pulled him in that understanding of himself, because usually when you're saying things about somebody, it's really projection, and that you're really saying it about yourself. How can you give $100,000 to people you do not know? And remember, as much as Jimmy is a wannabe drug dealer, He's still a member of a larger system for which Brian has no clue. Brian only knows the system of work. Jimmy does not work. And so he does not know that system. Jimmy is a con, and he only knows the conning system. And so Brian mixing in with the con system is a major problem, because he's navigating blind or blindly. He's navigating with some kind of false confidence that it doesn't matter whether I move from this system to the next, I can navigate it. But that's not true. You could say the same if we look at a parallel between from this particular scene, or these attitudes expressed within the scene, to just industry. You move from one industry to the next. Well, you need industry specific knowledge, especially if you want to go up the corporate ladder. You don't assume that just because you did what you did over here in this area, this industry, that you can translate it also in the next. There are skills that you can bring to either area. There are transferable skills, right? You need to know how to write anyway, write reports, things like that, research, etc. But there's industry specific knowledge and skill sets that you have to have before you get into this new area. And this gun that you see that is pointing towards, that Jimmy is pointing towards Brian, is one part of a larger system that Brian is later going to realize was the wrong thing to engage, because it is this part right here doesn't kill him right now, but it is a warning of when he will die in the end. And this is where he's saying, where he's asking that question: how do you give $100,000 to people you don't know? And he's seething. It's something that is coming out of Brian that is forcing us to really pay attention to his face, his teeth, his nose, his eyes. We couldn't see that throughout the whole, majority of the film. Very emotionless, like the child that he was at the back of the car, and didn't really show much emotion. But now that the fact that he's about to lose everything, that $100,000, and likely his family, is his personality is coming out, his character. And you have to wonder, is this his real character? I mean, he asked a great question: how do you give $100,000 to people you don't know? But he didn't have enough wherewithal to ask that question before he gave it. So he's a hasty person. He makes hasty decisions. He doesn't think things through. He thinks after the fact. He thinks everything would just work out. He trusts too much. To give Jimmy $100,000 and not know Jimmy, let alone who Jimmy represents and who Jimmy is a part of, is hasty. It's just hasty. It's just good old-fashioned hastiness. And so, is this his real character? Because remember, he ran away when he was a child. It looks like he tried to go down the right road when he was trying to find jobs after his initial layoff. But then he engages Jimmy, and it takes him down a completely different path. So they engage in a fight, right, of course. And Jimmy is going to die. And it's not that Brian kills him, it's that the fight takes them both to the ground and Jimmy hits his head. And Jimmy is Brian is the one who still initiates the fight. So if we were in criminal court or something, Brian would be accused of starting the fight. He starts the fight by trying to take the gun. Now that's an interesting thing, that Jimmy is trying to use the gun to solve his setback. Brian is basically saying that the gun is not going to solve the setback. I'm going to fight you. And I think that the fight is actually going to solve the setback. I'm serious about this thing. I'm so serious. I don't need a gun to shoot you or kill you. I can just fight you myself. So they get into a tussle. They fall backwards. Jimmy hits his head. He's bleeding from his head, and he dies. And so we see this image of Jimmy dead with the gun in front of him, with blood coming out of his head, fully dressed, right? And this is a very interesting image. But the most important part of this image is that there is nothing in Brian that has sympathy for this dead man other than to cover up the situation. So now Brian is going to get into a cover-up. He's contemplating, he's thinking, he got blood on his hands, he's surprised. And like I said, you almost have to wonder, is this his character? Is this who he is as a person? We don't have any background on any violent tendencies. This may be truly in the heat of the moment, in the passion of the moment. But remember, there was a good span of time that Brian was trying to contact Jimmy to see what's going on. So that gave Brian a lot of time to think about what kind of response he was going to do. I'm not saying he was thinking that he was going to kill Jimmy, but how many times have we said, I will kill you, right? And then find ourselves acting that out, because your body follows your mind, whatever you're thinking about. And so this is blood on his hands. This changes the game. The setback has become so bad that it changes his psyche. He gets into a different type of thinking after this death. Of course, he smokes a cigarette. There's his ring that he's thinking about, right? And then he faces the mirror. He cries. It bothers him. He didn't think that it would go this far. Surely two grown men can have a conversation about what went wrong with the deal. This is a clear frame concerning his realization. The cry is that fearful, I don't want to be caught cry. The second cry, I feel, is the one, how am I going to work this? I can't just leave out of here. How am I going to fix this? So the way he fixes it is to lock the doors, begin the process of addressing the setback. So Jimmy's death has become the next setback for him that he's going to have to overcome. And the only way that he feels like he can overcome this immediate setback is to clean up. So we have the cleaning materials, the gloves, the brush, the bleach, and all these other colorful materials that he's going to have to use to clean up. And so he gets on his knees to clean up this setback. And he really doesn't have any other choice but to clean it. He can't really leave. There's fingerprints everywhere. Of course, he's still a bar customer. He can make the point that he can easily make the point that he found Jimmy that way, but there's nobody else in the bar. So then how would he sort of explain that? But he's cleaning up his setback. Then he discovers the drugs. And I've never quite understood why Jimmy had the drugs with him. I understand Jimmy wanting to use other people's money to fund his investment. That's business today, and rich people usually do that anyway. But I never understood why he had the drugs. So now to solve the other part of the setback, since he is already dead, we have Brian now carrying his setback. And that's very interesting, that Brian is carrying it. This is the person who got him into the drug situation. This is the person who lost the money. This is the person who was about to skip out on him. And this is the person who challenged him with a gun. And This is the person that he also ended up killing by accident. And so now he is bearing the load of the setback. And what that basically means is he's bearing the load of the decision making that led up to him now carrying Jimmy out. Now think about this picture, sort of like it's either in contrast to or in comparison to the two teenagers set against that sort of field that we saw, all weeds and dilapidated housing. It's just all a chaos, and we kind of see this at the back of this visual. Trash bags, I think those are crates, some kind of little wicker shelf or something like that. It's just all chaos. Nothing is put together. Nothing is dressed. Like I said somewhere in the beginning, that whatever house you buy, you want to make sure that you set it up, you furnish it, you dress it, it's organized, things like that. There's no organization here, right? It's all just a mess. But do think about this. This is Brian carrying his setback, and it is a accumulation of decisions that led up to him now carrying his setback. So he's putting him in the car. He's putting his setback in the car, in the trunk of the car. Then he is approached by a homeless man. And the homeless man, he's begging him for money. And he could be a foreshadowing of Brian becoming homeless as a result of losing a house. So in terms of narrative structure, this may distract us, because we could all think to ourselves, we could all become that one person, right, who is homeless. So this could be to distract us. He's not necessarily a true witness, because he doesn't really care about the fact that he just put Jimmy in the car. He may not have seen it, but he wants something from Brian that Brian can give, which is money. And Brian basically gives him the money and tells him to get out of here. But I think about his presence in the film and what it means and how many different angles. And, he is a reflection of perpetual setback if he doesn't make a change in his life, this homeless person. That means that if we don't make changes in our life, we would be a perpetual, we would live in perpetual setback. There's nothing in this man that says, I need to get back on my feet and work. In the same way that you see the mother. The mother is really homeless, Jesse's mother. Yes, she's living in a place, but she has no job, and the son is the one who goes out and gets money by stealing. But she may be emotionally, psychologically homeless if her son is providing the finances, right? But if she doesn't have a job, eventually she's going to become homeless. So if you look at this homeless man and you place him on a stick as a way to visualize what could be, what is and what could be, and look at him as a sign of what your future could be if you don't work through your setback. And I say, to overcome setback, you need to go through correction. So that means there's something in your understanding that you missed and that you need to be corrected for. And so this image is, I wish I could stay on this for longer, but this image is everything. This image of the homeless man is everything, because many of the characters here are sort of just on the brink of homelessness, or homeless, or struggling emotionally, or whatever. Because you can be emotionally homeless, you can be psychologically homeless, you can be financially homeless. So I want to go on ahead and keep going, but this image here is something that gives us pause. So Brian is in the car, he's crying. Remember, Justin Donnelly, the director, always does these types of camera shots, but he's looking at his ring. So that means he took off his ring I guess in the idea that he would have to give up his wife because he doesn't have the money, and if he doesn't have the money, he can't take care of his wife, and if his wife feels like he can't take care of her, she's going to leave. And so then this image is also everything. So I wonder then if his mother left his father after the bankruptcy court, or who left whom. Either way, you cry over issues that are next to you emotionally, that you are used to, that you are triggered some kind of way. You don't just cry just to cry. If he felt that the situation could be resolved, he wouldn't be sitting in a car crying. So somewhere he feels like the issue can't be resolved, so instead of his wife leaving him, he'll just go on ahead and leave her by taking off the ring. But this is where he's in a car, he's thinking, looking at the ring, contemplating it. What will be the next strategy? He doesn't have the money, right? He's in another car. He doesn't have the same car he had before. It's Jimmy's car, and we don't know if Jimmy even, bought that car, right? It's Jimmy, I think it's a rental or something like that. So here's that sort of angle again. Here's a light coming in. He's feeling in darkness with eyes closed, and then there's a police officer with a flashlight, and you can look at the light coming in. Usually when you see light coming in, light represents instruction. Light represents instruction, right? And so that's why you never want to sit completely in the dark, because if you sit in the dark, you don't see the light, and the light will guide you out of where you are, and the way out of setback is by obeying an instruction. And I always say that in all of my audios on this idea of overcoming setback, that the way out of setback is by you obeying instruction. So if you think about the platoon leader who commands his platoon forward march, right? If they don't forward march, if the platoon does not forward march, then they don't advance. They don't move forward. But if the platoon forward marches, then they advance, they move forward. And so when you are in setback, you need the instruction to move you out. You have missed an opportunity. You have received punishment. The pain is an instruction, and then you keep going after that. But you cannot operate without instruction to move forward. That overcoming setback requires correction, but the way out of setback is by obeying an instruction. And correction correction is a form of instruction. So the light coming in is light coming into the situation. No, Brian is not going to confess that he just killed somebody. No, he's not going to confess that he gave his money to a drug dealer and he was engaging in drug dealing, No, he's not going to confess anything, but there's light in the situation that we could call attention to that is very important for us to understand. So the cop and Brian had their own interaction. He told Brian to get out of the car, and they looked at the back of the car, and the cop was just noting issues with rental agencies selling bad cars and things like that. And he was basically encouraging Brian to not let the rental agency take advantage of him. Brian says, okay, I'll be sure not to do that. And then now he is sitting in his car, smoking a cigarette. He's kind of just a little bit smoky, and he's contemplating. So now we see what that opening scene was about. We are now in this field, dump or something like that, or in the mountains, and we see a shovel. We see a gasoline container, and we see other things. And then we see also the trunk opened. And so Brian is thinking about what he should do, what he can do. And I don't know where he got the shovel from, or the gasoline can, but it could have been in the bar. I don't know. But that's interesting. We don't see him going to the store and retrieving these items. But Brian is bothered by the situation. And he thinks to himself, the only way to solve this setback on this situation is to bury. So now Brian is burying Jimmy. So he's putting the dirt on him. So remember, this is the same man that we saw at the beginning in his element, feeling powerful as a director of sales, to now he's in a different element with different consequences, and he is now responsible for a murder. And that's what happens when we engage distractions. When we stay too far in a setback, we end up living in a state of mind that is hard to get out of. You know, think about the person who has been to prison or jail, and think about how that person keeps going back and forth into jail. And I think to myself, at what point are you going to be tired of going back and forth into jail? So they are, I don't know if they are capable of being corrected, because here they are actually in a literal correctional facility, and they're missing instruction again, and they're not being corrected, to the point that they get out and they do exactly the same thing. Well, it goes back to what Sammy was telling Jimmy. You got to have a plan. That going off and running away and leaving, and that's not a plan. Trying to find another city or something like that, that's not a plan. That Brian didn't have a plan, so Jimmy planned Brian's life. And you see the result of it right now, that Brian is forced to bury Jimmy. So now we see the gas can, the gas container, that he's going to pour it in there. He takes a cigarette, there's some smoke, and he's going to chunk it into the car. And now we see why the car is afire or lit. And so now Brian has turned his back towards the fire. He can't even watch it. The interesting thing here is that the little fires, there are little fires along the way. There's a smoking, and then there's a smoking in the car. And then somehow these little fires have now led up to this big fire here. And that there's really no point of return. Even though he has set the car afire, there's no point of return here. And I'm not quite sure you can resolve this issue, right? It is here where he gets a call from his wife. So he's on the phone. He's always on that phone. He's on the phone. And he gets the call from his wife asking about how everything's going, while he has just buried Jimmy and set the car afire. And there's nothing in him that suggests that this was wrong to do, right? Or he's not bothered by it. So he has returned to his sort of state of mind that's basically dull, not sharp anymore, right? He's returned to that young boy in the car who has a blank face, right? And so he's basically talking to his wife out of some robotic way of engagement. There's not a lot of emotions. There's not a lot of, thinking about it. It's just him talking to his wife. I wonder, when I look at Brian in this visual, I wonder just how much he is thinking, just how much his character has changed, just how much um, the life he has built is about to go up in flames. And it's such a sad thing when we often make decisions out of haste, especially when we are persuaded by this ideal that this decision is the decision that we need to make. But there's always an alternative. And the alternative, before we get into trouble, is essentially to walk away. That if we can perceive the situation as it really is and see it for what it really is, I don't think we would engage as much. But we stay too long because we are curious, as I noted in previous audios. We're curious about it. And that's what sort of pulls us in and keeps us in. When you think about Brian baited himself as well. He baited himself into this belief that he could, whatever comes his way, he can handle it. Despite the situation coming from a different context, it doesn't matter. He's going to take all of his knowledge and skills and apply it to this to any context, and I know it's going to work. So, when you think about Brian, you almost have to wonder why he got fired, because he really didn't display much negotiation skills. And Brian sort of reminds you of that person who accumulates and accumulates and accumulates, but never really self-reflect. If you're thinking about his sales job, right, as a director of sales, Brian just may be a good salesperson. He just may be a good person who is an account manager, but he may not have had any sort of conflicts when it came to negotiation, that he may not be a good negotiator, because he shouldn't be in this situation now. If he negotiated well with Jimmy and really stood his ground when he said, I don't have it to do, I don't have it to give, I don't have the money, and just stood his ground and supported his own argument, he wouldn't be in this situation. So he lacked the negotiation skills to keep him out of this situation. When you think about Sammy and Jesse, it's Jesse who is always sort of scolding and mocking Sammy. And so he is the better negotiator in their friendship, because he's the one who convinced Sammy that jacking cards is good, even though Sammy is the one who said jacking cards is wrong. It's at the end that Sammy agrees with Jesse, because of the threat of Jesse leaving, that he says, okay, jacking is good, you're going to need a car, right? And Jesse says, I want to leave clean, but then he ends up giving in. So this thing about setback really requires that you negotiate your distractions, that you negotiate conflicts and problems and face them head on, because if you don't, it's down the road. It's always down the road. And you're going to run into these situations to the point that you're going to get off the path that you were initially set on onto some completely. This is a completely different path. This is the epitome of what will happen when you make the wrong decisions, when you perpetuate your setback and you go too far to the point that you can't get out of. He can't get out of this. Even if he's setting fire to the car, it's going to be linked to him some kind of way. The drug dealers didn't have to find them. The cops were going to find them. And so this is the epitome of that. So he's talking to his wife. The child is laying in the bed, and the wife has She's she's just oblivious. She wouldn't think that there was a problem anyway. And remember, all this time, um, Brian never told his wife that he lost his job. And that was the way out of temptation into all this stuff that he's doing. That had he told his wife, like I said earlier, had he told his wife that he lost his job, drove home, drove into the driveway, got out of the car, opened the door, brought his box and briefcase, and the box could serve as a visual aid, and told her, they might have had a fight, they might have had struggles, things like that, but he wouldn't be standing in front of a car that he just set afire, and he wouldn't be standing after killing somebody and burying them. So it's interesting that in your setback, you don't always tell people what's going on. This is a person that he's married to, that he sleeps with in a bed, that he has sex with, but he can't tell her that he lost his job. So I can't blame the woman, because this is something that he decided to do. But it is interesting to think about that he can't tell his wife that he lost the job. Irrespective of all the flashbacks he has back to his childhood, that's still something to note, that if you're going through a setback, not everybody gonna always understand, but you should still be able to tell the person that you are sleeping with that you lost your job. So that's something I want you to think about too. So we're back to this narrative with the twins, with the teens, and so they're just giving money like there's no tomorrow, which is going to be true for one of them, and as if they earned it and it's okay to give. They're being sort of it's interesting. They're kind of being a little bit of a philanthropist, right? Remember the $25,000 that the wife is so concerned about with the Cancer Society, and Brian is so preoccupied about that $25,000, and we have lost that. He is no longer preoccupied about that anymore. But they're kind of being the same way. They're kind of maintaining appearances, just like Brian was maintaining appearances. They're not rich for real, except for Sammy. But his family is, his parents are rich. But they're not really rich for real, but they're maintaining the appearance that they are. In the same way that Brian was maintaining the appearance that he was still fine, even though he just lost his job, that he still had the same wealth or whatever, even though he just lost his job. So I thought this is very interesting. Then they get into the limo that they have purchased, and I wonder how they did that with their young age, but they have purchased a limo. And then you see Sammy, who is already rich, saying, "We're rich." And they're yelling, and they're laughing and everything, and it's not even their true money. So we see now Brian sneaking into a car lot or something. I forget what it's called. He found the car, and he's trying to see if that money is in the car. Of course, it's not going to be. And then there's a phone call, and Jesse answers the phone, which reveals to Brian who they are. And this is the picture. This is Brian saying, "I will find you." So Brian knows now who were the instigators of the botched drug deal, the setback. That on their end, they created a setback for which Brian now has to try to recover. So they show up at Brian's door, right, at a meeting. You see Brian now holding a gun in the back. If you see behind his back in the jeans. I didn't catch it before, but I catch it now. He has put back on his ring, so he still has his ring on. And the two young men are just kind of scared. The color scheme is kind of weird here. They're all in gray and black. I don't know what to make of that. That just could be a man thing, with the exception of jeans. So I don't know. So Brian opens the suitcase, the briefcase, which remember is a work case, and there's only it's not the same $100,000. They have spent so much money of it. And so if I'm not mistaken, there's only $45,000 left, or it's either 55 or 45,000. So he tells the men he asks the young men what happened to the money, and they're quiet, and Jesse is, kind of defiant. Jesse reminds you of somebody you would see in one of those little Broadway shows, where he's, I forget the name of the Broadway show, where he's fighting with other people his age. I can't think of it right now. But he's asking them what happened to it, and they refuse, basically to tell him, and then he keeps pulling it out of them. So now we see Brian using the gun. Now he took it out of his pocket and laid it on the briefcase, but that's for intimidation, right? When Jimmy pulled out a gun while he was in the bathroom, it was like maybe triggering for him, I don't know. But then when he came out and he pulled a gun out on Brian, it was to keep him back, to set him back. Here, this is a little bit of an intimidation. It's sort of like a man thing as well. And he's showing them, Brian is not going to kill them. No way he's going to kill them, but it's to show him that he means business or something like that. So there's a little bit of a ominous music that sort of comes along these three cars. These three cars actually are the drug dealers, and so they have located Brian and where he lives. And again, we see this shot of them, how important they are, so coordinated. Remember, this is the system. This is the system that Brian doesn't know anything about, that they have been tracking. We will discover at the end. That they have been tracking Brian the whole time, and the two teenagers and Jimmy. So they have really known about the whole thing after the botched drug deal. They have known about all of the different events the whole time. And this is the system. Now, it's not a ton of cars, but you see how coordinated they are, how strategic they are. They've been driving around. When we get to the drug dealer, the head drug dealer, he basically tells us that he's been made a fool of, and that these two teens have been riding around with my money, and so that it's been clear the whole time. When you look at this frame, I want you to think about that question that Brian proposed or offered to Jimmy in the bar. How could you give $100,000 to people you don't know? And Brian does not know these people. And that's what happens when we make decisions from a place of setback. We make them not knowing how the decision is going to sort of process out. That's why we need time for reflection. It would have been better for Brian to go back home after he was laid off and stay in the house and just cook him some food, watch some TV or something like that. It would have been better for him to do that than to go to that bar and run into the wrong door. And Jimmy was a door. And this is what his door led to everything that you're going to see. So Brian is requiring Sammy to go and sell the car and go get the receipts and return everything. And they're not quite sure that they can, but they have to do something. Otherwise, they fear for their lives. So we're in the kids' room, which is the most ironic. Look at the chain on Jesse's leg. So he's chained up in a kid's room, right? There's a big bear over there in the corner and a big giraffe and the whole sort of kids vibe, right? It's a kid's room. And Brian is still on the phone, he lives on that phone, and then he's holding a gun. But there's a lot to unpack here. And it's so rich with interpretation that it's kind of overwhelming, right? So we have this kid tied up, right? Who felt tied up in his real life. So he's tied up in this sort of kind of fake life in a sense, because he's not, Brian is not going to kill him in the end. We know he's not going to kill him in the end. He doesn't have the character to kill him in the end, right? He has the character to hold a gun, which is kind of discovery for him, but not necessarily the character to kill him. But it's interesting that he would have the character to tie him up with a chain, tie up a kid with a chain. So you have to wonder then, if that was his go-to, to tie up a kid with a chain, what did he feel like in his own childhood? Because we do what we know. We do what we are used to. We do what we are accustomed to. We do what we have seen. And so is this something that he has seen? Is there any indication in his childhood that we have seen this? If you're going through financial bankruptcy, you are automatically tied up. You're tied up in the courts because there's a court record. Then you are tied up, financially. It's hard for you to move, right? You can't so easily go get a new apartment or a new house or whatever, because you have to resolve that financial bankruptcy. And again, clearing a bankruptcy can take about 10 years. You can feel tied up in your chosen career or your given economic status. Once you get to a certain status that's a high economic status, high upper class or something like that, you have to maintain that. You have to do all that you can to maintain it. Who wants to lose a house like that? Who wants to lose the opportunity to live in a certain neighborhood? Who wants to lose the status of giving $25,000 to the Cancer Society, right? That's a big status, that you can pay $25,000 to the Cancer Society, right? Or any other type of society. Who wants to lose that? So you can feel chained in your own economic status. You can feel chained in your career, that he was the director of sales. We don't know how long he was the director of sales. But he may not have necessarily been happy in a job, because if you are a salesperson, you are a salesperson honestly anywhere. I'm not saying you could always there are transferable skills, but each industry is different. How you sell a product in one industry may be different from how you sell a product in another industry, right? But if you are a salesperson, you are doing the selling. You are always the person who is selling something. And when you look at the interaction and engagement with Jimmy and Brian, you don't see Brian selling Jimmy. You see Jimmy selling Brian, and that's why you see Brian in the current situation that he's in. So there's a lot that's going on here. Brian is on the phone. He has resorted to this sort of hostage situation to get back the money that the kids stole and spent. And the interesting thing, had he come and walked in the house and walked in the child's bedroom, it might be a different thing, right? But then you think about Jesse and how he initially just wanted to leave. He wanted to leave the city clean, but then he allowed Sammy to persuade him to jack another car. And remember, Jesse is the one who thinks he has the power in the relationship he has with Sammy, but Sammy proved to be the one who actually has the power, because at the end of the movie, it isn't Sammy who is killed. I'm not gonna let in on everything, but it isn't Sammy who is killed, right? Sammy is not only the one who gets him into this mess, but ends up walking away without dying. And this is Sammy in the car. Remember, Justin Donnelly likes to do these camera angles of the person in the car. And so we have him kind of distressed, and he's pressed in a way too, because now he got to find a way to sell all this stuff and return all this stuff to get whatever money he can to give to Brian. So I like this camera angle of Jesse in contemplation, thinking about why he knew he shouldn't have done this thing or whatever, and that he says, I'm always getting myself into these things. So that means if he's always getting himself into these things, there has not been any reflection period. Sometimes you may need time away from your friends. Sometimes being with your friends, coming from his background, being with Sammy as with friendship really helped him. It gave him some kind of release from his current troubles, especially with his relationship with his mother. But sometimes if someone is a true friend to you, then that person wouldn't encourage you to engage in criminal activity. So in other words, Jesse wasn't a real friend to Sammy, because it was Jesse who always jacked cars and got Sammy involved. But Sammy wasn't also a true friend to Jesse, because he got him into something that is going to cost him his life. And so he's sitting there thinking in quiet contemplation, I always get myself into these things, right? So they're discussing, Brian had initially brought him a water bottle, and I guess he's drinking a beer or root beer or something like that. He's still holding that gun. So now he has become attached to that gun. Never had a gun before. Gun pulled on him by Jimmy, but now he has become attached to it. So the gun is becoming a tool that he can use to solve his setback, to solve any problems that come his way. Instead of solving a problem by trying to get work or something like that, he's solving his problem by using a gun. So in this conversation, they're talking about what Jesse has been doing. Did he do high school graduation or something like that? And Jesse is saying he didn't, or by implication, and that he just wants to leave or something. And then Brian says to Jesse, in the same way that Sammy says to Jesse, that that's not a plan. Him running away is not a plan, right? That he needs a plan. Again, irony that Brian is the one who runs away in the film, even as an adult. And he reminds us of himself in childhood, talking about how he ran away. And what he learns, what he's thinking about, or what he puts forth as an argument to Jesse here in this conversation, is that life is about being happy, doing what's right. This is his learning. Life is about being happy, doing what's right. And you often wish people would come to that understanding much earlier, so they don't have to engage in criminal activity or any other type of decision making. But life is about being happy, doing what's right. And so he learns what he learns. Maybe he's corrected it in his understanding, and then recovered, restored, and he can advance, but he's learned it too late because now it's going to affect his himself. It's going to affect him. He has now reached his mortality. So now we see the system, the drug dealing system has located Brian's house, because remember, they always coordinate their efforts when they're coming after you. And so they're going to storm the house. And so they stormed the house. They took him hostage. They found the kids, and they're taking the kids hostage as well. Because remember, the drug dealer has known about this whole thing since the botched deal. And so Brian is actually surprised that the kids are on the plane with them. And there is sort of a choice that he puts to them, the drug dealer that he puts to them, that they cannot ignore. And the choice is essentially three things. One of them is going to walk out. One of them is going to take the place of Jimmy as a drug dealer, drug runner or something like that. And the other one is going to basically die, right? So it is Sammy who can leave. Remember, it was Sammy who got them into the situation. Sammy, he can leave. Jesse will become the drug dealer, and Brian will die. The drug dealer is kind of paranoid. He's given him these three choices out of some paranoid ego that he feels like Brian made him look bad. But it really wasn't Brian who made it look bad. It was really Jimmy who made him look bad because he messed up. He left the money in the car and the kids jacked the car. But he has to keep up appearances. Remember, Brian has to keep up appearances. Jimmy has to keep up appearances. The kids have to keep up appearances, right? So Brian has to keep up appearances, pay the $25,000 donation. Jimmy has to keep up the appearance of being a true drug dealer type person and owning a bar. The kids keep up the appearances of spending money that they don't have, that they never earned, right? And so the drug dealer here in the plane, he has to keep up the appearances of being a forceful drug dealer who you don't mess with. So we see the drug dealer. He's engaging in conversation with Brian, and they are negotiating in a sense. But he's unyielding in his decision in that three-part decision. He's unyielding. It says a lot about the different character development. So, for instance, Sammy is the one, again, who starts out by saying this is wrong to do in terms of jacking cars. And then when there's a threat of his friend leaving, he says, let's jack a car, because he really wants his friend to stay. And then they jack the wrong car. They get the money, right? And then Sammy is the one who gets to leave. And he cares for his friend, and he has no other choice but to leave, but he doesn't force himself to stay either. It would have been interesting to say he leaves, right? And on some level that may be a trigger for Jesse when people leave. Jesse's character development, he starts out strong in the film, very ego-driven. I jacked a car, let's go ride, right? Doesn't really care about the fact that he's jacked a car, took somebody's car, left it abandoned, things like stole something from it, doesn't care. But then he gets a little contemplative. Being tied up in that kid's room makes him a little contemplative. that he thinks to himself, I'm always getting myself into these things. And that's a beginning process. If we didn't have this drug dealing context right here where one of these people are going to die, that would be a good start to begin thinking about your setback, how you make decisions, how you need to make better decisions. I'm always getting myself into these things, right? And so that will be a good journaling opportunity. That will be a good conversation or discussion opportunity. That will be a good therapist session opportunity. It's you beginning the process of grieving over your decision making. In the same way that you see Brian crying in the bathroom after killing Jimmy, you see in Jesse this willingness to really think about what he has done. And in that kids room, I forgot to note that Jesse was talking about his dream and how he wanted to own his business, own his own business. And there's nothing wrong with dreaming, but again, he had no plan. And if he had not set fire to the college brochure and gone to the college site itself and started a process of taking, business courses, law courses, or something like that, he would have been in a productive road path. Instead, when he set fire to that college brochure, he was equally creating a setback that now shifted and turned him down a different path. Then you see Brian, who's kind of he's kind of sort of powerful with a little bit of ego in the beginning because he's a director of sales, so he got some kind of credence about him. And then it shifts when he loses his job. He's kind of bothered by it, but he's not really pressed in the beginning. Then he engages in criminal activity. And it is almost like just having coffee with somebody and having a conversation. Didn't really take it as seriously. But then when there was a threat to his livelihood and his family, his personality just shot through his face. It shot through his eyes, through his nose, through his teeth, through his mouth, through his veins. And there was the threat of him losing everything that woke him up. Because from the beginning to the end, I mean, up until that point, he was just kind of just mellow, just taking it as it is, letting Jimmy guide and direct and ship him around or whatever, and move him around. He gives money to people he don't know. He gives money to a person that he doesn't even have a working relationship with, not even a client or anything like that. And he stops looking for a job. And now he's going to feel the effects of his pressing. So the drug dealer, we don't know anything about other than what he tells us in terms of the fact that he's been watching the situation all this time. So, in some regards, he's been watching TV. He's been watching the boys spend all that, steal the car, steal the money, spend all the money. He's been watching Brian do what he's been doing all up until this point. He's been watching Jimmy. So he's been, pressing the remote in a sense and watching and telling them now what's been going on. So it's almost like a summary. Here it is. We're at the end of the film, and it almost works like a summary. Him summarizing what's been going on. So when he puts forth the three options, it is clear that Brian is fighting for Sammy, because he considers Sammy the weaker one, versus it's interesting that Brian fights for Sammy than he does for Jesse to leave. He spent more time with Jesse, even if it was a short time. He spent more time with Jesse in the kids' room than he did with Sammy. But Brian interprets Sammy as the weaker one, and so he says, let him go. But you look at this also from an economic standpoint too. Brian is rich at this time. Even though he's about to die, he's rich. Or he has, some money, right? And Sammy comes from a rich background. And so when you look at it from a very selfish, ego-based standpoint, rich stayed rich. Because Jesse is poor in this scenario. He's the poor one. So then it's obvious that we're going to send the poor one and make the poor one the drug runner, right? Because remember that Jesse is going to take the place of Jimmy, whom Brian killed. And Jimmy was a drug runner or drug dealer or whatever you want to say. But it's interesting that Brian would save Sammy, tell Sammy that he could leave. It's Brian who's making the decision. Brian is making a decision to save Sammy and not Jesse. And even though Brian had conversations and discussions and tried to protect him while he was in the house and while they were sitting in the kids' room. And, interesting too that Jesse sitting in the kids' room could easily be Brian's son later sitting in a kids' room, right? And to me, it was like looking at his own son or the future of his own son. But the future of his own son really looks like Sammy. And it's interesting that he would save Sammy, whom he didn't have any conversation, long extended conversation, didn't try to save from the people who stormed the house, and had conversations with Jesse, try to save him in the house, things like that, that he wouldn't save him. And he has the decision, he has the power right now. Even though the drug dealer is granting Brian the power to choose, but Brian has the power right now to decide 3 lives, which include his own. And there was no way that he was going to leave those 2 kids on the plane. That wasn't going to happen. No way he was going to do that. He couldn't live with himself if he did something like that. But again, it's interesting that he would choose to save Sammy, the rich kid, over the poor kid. And you can think about this in terms of multiple applications to different economic statuses and policies and different things or whatever. But it is a very interesting dynamic here. So Sammy is the one who is permitted to leave. Remember, Sammy was a wannabe carjacker, in the same way that I feel that Jimmy was a wannabe drug dealer, right? And so they have that kind of instance together. But he's walking away, and all of the drug dealing guards, security, are watching him walk away. And so his life is saved, and he will be able to go on and do the things that he wants to do. Now, this is going to live with him forever, but he will be able to go on. And the interesting thing, in the same way that they didn't earn that money to spend it the way they did, Sammy didn't earn respect for his life, really, because Sammy was the one who initiated, even though it was Jesse who had been jacking cars and bringing Sammy along. Sammy was the one who made this last decision to jack a car and bring Jesse along. And he didn't know that it was going to be a life-changing decision. So what you see here is that looking back, remember, Brian looks back a couple of times in the film. What you see here is Sammy hearing the gunshot. So you don't see um, Jesse outside or anything like that. So that means Jesse is sitting on the plane when the drug dealer shoots Brian. So that's going to bring about all new different types of triggers for Jesse to stay the course. So now he is living in his setback. And Jesse is not going to be able to get out of this setback of drug running and drug dealing unless he, dies out. Blood in, blood out. He didn't choose to enter drug dealing and become a drug runner, right? He didn't choose that, so it's not blood in. But the only way he can exit is by blood out. So he's stuck while Sammy goes on and enjoys his life. So this is Sammy putting up a poster for Jesse McAllister. You can't really tell his family, right? Because the drug dealer said he would kill his whole family. But he's never going to see Jesse again. So, it's funny that he was trying to keep Jesse from leaving, but ended up losing him anyway. It would have been better for him just to let Jesse go, find his way. And if he was going to find his way back to Sammy, he was going to find his way back. But he held on too long to the point that he ended up losing his friend. So we see the house sold. We know as the viewing audience that Brian is dead. And so the house is sold. That means that his wife is going to have to move out of the house. This is a greater view of the house. And this is a very nice house, very nicely landscaped and everything. And you think to yourself, why would you want to do anything to keep you from staying in this house? Somewhere you must think you don't deserve it. Because if you think that you deserve a house like this, you wouldn't make the types of decisions that will cause you to lose the house. So now he has created a setback. Brian's decision has created a setback for his wife to the point that she's homeless now. So now we can go back to that visual of the homeless man asking Brian for money. And that we could say that's a foreshadowing of his wife becoming homeless and having to ask for money. If she's losing a house, she's homeless because she would likely have to move in with her parents. So she's homeless, right? So the time span can be short or long. It doesn't matter. But his decision to engage in drug dealing created homelessness for his own family and created death for him. So this is his wife holding on, thinking about, remember that this is the same kitchen that Brian was in with the two young teens, the two young adults, and they were discussing how they were going to get the money back and things like that. This is the same kitchen, right? And the wife had no idea. And we don't know if she knows her husband is dead. We just know that he's not there. And so this is her again, thinking and praying. Thinking and about her situation. And to me, she seems like she's more concerned about losing the house. Because if she was so concerned about losing her husband, she would be holding up pictures of him. She would be when Brian left the kids' room to take a breather from talking to Jesse. He went into the foyer of the house and looked at pictures of him and his wife. He was sitting on the porch and laying on her chest or something like that. And then there were other pictures of him and the family, of them as a family. And he was crying. And then he came back to the room, and that's when they had another conversation about Jesse and a dream. And but I don't see. It's kind of, there are so many questions here. I don't see her crying over her husband. So I wonder if she knows he's dead or if he has left them, abandoned them. But even a woman who is mad at her husband for leaving, and he hasn't died or anything like that, just leaving, she would still pick up a picture and look at him. Even if she throws the picture across the room or something. We don't see any of that. So I think in this frame, you don't see her raising her head and looking about the house. But in the movie, you see her raising her head and looking about the house, and she's bothered by losing the house to me, because I don't see her picking up a picture and looking at her husband and crying over her husband as if she knows he's dead. So now that the wife has gone through the house, touching the walls, feeling sad about leaving the house, she's now exiting it. And just before she gets to this SUV here, and if you can remember, she was leaving with their child, Brian's son, in an SUV and going to some trip. So now she's having to leave this house for good. And just before she gets to the car, she does a couple of look backs, right? And remember, looking backward is something that you see the characters do throughout the film. So she finally gets into the car very slowly, and then she drives off. But what is most interesting about the last scene of the movie before the ending credits is that the big truck that was tracking Brian, Jimmy, Jesse, and Sammy is now tracking her. And so we see this frame now. And so she's in the car that's further ahead, but you see this black SUV tracking her. And so I don't know what that all means, but this is important too, because remember, Brian doesn't know that industry, doesn't know that hierarchy, doesn't know how things run. And so even if the drug dealer says, you better not tell anybody or I will kill your family, it doesn't mean that the drug dealer is going to leave those people alone. He might still keep an eye on Brian's wife, whether she knows anything or not, or on Sammy, whether he knows anything or not. He's definitely going to keep his foot on Jesse's neck, so to speak, because now he's taking the place of Jimmy. And so this system always tracks you. It always keeps tabs on you. It always knows everything. The drug dealer at the end, when he was summarizing all of the events in a sense, right? He's when I re-listened to the audio to see if I needed to make any changes, I noticed that he comes off as omniscient, right? Like a God-like figure, and that they know everything. No matter what they say to you, don't listen to what they are saying to you. They're going to come after you some kind of way. They're going to attach some kind of claim to you. You might meet some representative of theirs or something like that, so they can track you. But it's never a clean slate. Remember Jesse saying that he wanted to leave the city clean? Well, he could have left the city clean without flatlining, but once he went down the road of drug dealing, or stealing that money, it took him down the path of now becoming a drug dealer like Jimmy. And so you never quite leave clean. So now whatever argument that he put forth earlier in the movie about leaving clean, he'll never be able to leave clean now. Never. Like I said in a previous audio area of this lecture, that his leaving clean it's going to come with conditions now. It's like blood in, blood out, entering a gang. That's why individuals who decide to enter a gang, they have no clue about what that hierarchy is, what that system is, what influence they have until they get in it. But today, with so much information, you can find out about these things. So that's kind of what I want to leave you with. I didn't originally add this. I just added it after re-listening to the audio to check for any sort of mistakes. And I noticed that this black SUV is following Brian's wife. And it's ominous. Is you see that it's dark, right? And the movie started out as dark, and now it is ending as dark. And so that's something that I want you to think about. So I want to do a quick recap of setbacks, how pressed characters accumulated their setbacks. And there's always that initial decision, and then the sort of continuation of kind of navigating the setback, and then what the end result looks like. So this is just going to be a quick recap, and then we're going to get into applying the 7 stages of setback to help you understand each character and how the movie really develops the characters without necessarily applying setback, but revealing setback. So Brian Parker's setback. First, he loses his job. And then the most important aspect of his setback is that he does not tell his wife. And that losing his job is a normal thing that anyone can do. It's not his fault that he lost his job. But the fact that he didn't feel like he could tell his wife is something that is very telling. And then also when given the opportunity to talk to her over the phone, and then he talks to her over the phone about twice, one at the beginning of the movie and the other at the end, and he still doesn't tell his wife. So that's something. He detours and visits a bar which connects him to Jimmy. So he's getting himself on a different path. He's already in a setback, and so now he's continuing his setback by visiting a bar. He's forced to take money out of his financial portfolio. So usually you wouldn't want to take money out if you are investing in. So that creates a financial setback for him. The job alone is already going to create a financial setback, but I feel like that's more along the lines of economic. Having to take money out of the financial portfolio is much more pressing based on the movie's title, because that is a cushion, so that it allows you to, knowing that it's there, allows you to continue to look for work, but having to take it out affects your thinking about how long you can look for work and what other avenues you could choose. So Brian gambles with the $500 out of curiosity, the $500 that Jimmy turns into $5,000. Then he gambles with his cash from the financial portfolio, giving over $100,000 to a person and or system that he is not familiar with. Remember, Brian is familiar with the system of work. He's not familiar with the conning system, and he is familiar with the system of sales and not drug dealing. And then he kills and buries Jimmy, takes the teens hostage, makes a choice to contribute to Jesse's setback. And we know that Jesse must assume Jimmy's role. And I feel like he contributes, or maybe even originates, Jesse's setback, in terms of him having to become a drug dealer now in place of Jimmy, because as I noted, he spent more time with Jimmy. I mean, he spent more time with Jesse in the room. And so if anything, he should see himself in Jesse. And why doesn't he really want to save himself through Jesse? Instead, he would rather save Sammy, who has initiated all of this in a sense, right? And he's the rich kid, and maybe he's thinking of his own kid, who's also a rich kid, but his kid is about to become a poor kid like he was when he was sitting in the car and the father was looking at the bankruptcy court information. So I thought that was very interesting that he now contributes to this part of Jesse's life and setback. Jesse created his own setback in jacking cars, but I feel that Brian is contributing to Jesse's setback and not choosing Jesse to save. Brian thus dies in setback. We don't see him dead, but we hear the gunshot, and we have to assume that the drug dealer is true to his word. So these are just the accumulation of setbacks concerning Brian's character. So the 2 teen setbacks. So we have Jesse McAllister and then Sammy, and it's funny that we don't really get Sammy's last name. Jesse, to me, is born into setback because I don't feel like he had a choice. There isn't a narrative that basically suggests that that his parents were together and they divorced, and then one of the parents, who is the child custodian, had to take the child, and they ended up in a bad neighborhood or something like that. So we just have to assume that Jesse is born into setback because we don't see his mother working. Jackson steals cars, I guess, mainly for ego reason, and he has no plan for leaving. He wants to leave and leave clean before the city flatlines, but he has no plan. And anytime you want to create an opportunity to implement an action, but you don't create a plan to do so, you have already created a setback, or you will run into a setback. And then he burns the college brochure, so he burns any sort of hope of himself of becoming something different. Why does he continue to choose the life of jacking cars over going to college, right? So that creates a setback. He follows Sammy. And we really think that Jesse is the one who has the power in their relationship, but it's really Sammy. And even when they are returning to Jesse's house, it is Sammy, and I didn't notice that until I re-listened, it's Sammy holding the briefcase. And then it is Sammy holding the cash in Jesse's room. And so really, in some ways, Jesse is following Sammy, because in some ways, I wonder if he wants to be where Sammy is, in terms of having two parents at the home, rich, right? But I feel like it's really Jesse who follows Sammy. And we know this to be true in the end, because Sammy is the one who basically says, let's go get another car because you're leaving, right? And I feel like that was really him trying to keep him there. Sammy trying to keep Jesse there, and Jesse followed Sammy. If Jesse was really true about wanting to leave clean, he wouldn't have followed Sammy. So Jesse involuntarily becomes a drug dealer, so he basically has no other choice. Brian is giving that choice to Jesse. Brian, in his last moments of life, has the power, and he's assigning Jesse to become the drug dealer. And then this leaves Jesse living in perpetual setback, which will require him to blood out if he ever wanted to get out of this business, out of this hierarchy of drug dealing. So Sammy is born rich. That's a major contrast, right? Of course, we don't have his narrative, but we do have Jesse sort of mocking Sammy because he is rich. So we have to assume that he was born rich, or born into a rich environment. Sammy criticizes Jesse for jacking and stealing cars, but gets into the car. So we look at Sammy's character as possibly the moral factor in decision making, but he's really no different than Jesse in terms of criticizing something, but really wanting to do it, because he could easily leave. He don't have to get in the car. If Jesse is going down the wrong way, and I understand Sammy is trying to pull at Jesse to make better decisions, well, then Sammy needs to think about that for himself, that he needs to make better decisions, right? Sammy Jackson steals a car one last time for Jesse, and as I noted, that I think it was really to keep him from going, but you know, it's exercising some fake power in a situation when really it is Sammy who holds the power. Sammy does not fix the setback, but instead chooses to steal the money. So remember, the car that they stole with the $100,000 in it got a flat tire, and Sammy was wanting to try to fix the tire, which is essentially trying to fix the setback. But then when he discovers the money, that desire, that goal to try to fix the setback goes out the window, and he takes the money and they walk away, and they begin spending it as if they earned it. And then Jesse gets to leave in the end, but lives with the memory of Jesse in setback. So Sammy gets to leave, but lives with the memory of Jesse in setback. So while Sammy continues to put up flyers, he's constantly reminded of what happened and what happened to his friend, and not knowing where his friend is. So again, Sammy gets to leave, but lives with the memory of Jesse in setback, which places, honestly, Sammy in a mental setback, possibly for the rest of his life, which contributes to his perpetual setback. So the drug dealer setback. So we have Jimmy says he's the owner of the bar, but he does not operate like an owner of a bar. And that's by sort of like just an interpretation based upon his engagement with Brian, right? Jimmy needs Brian's investment to engage a drug dealer, right? And, I made the point that if he is such a boss, why doesn't he have his own investment? And I often wonder when I look at the ideal about Jimmy retrieving the bag with the drugs, what was that really all about? I still don't have a sound answer. I often wonder if Jimmy might have stolen those drugs or something like that, because they were packaged the same way in that airplane hangar. So I just wonder about that. Jimmy loses the money and uses a gun as a solution to his problem. So to me, this must be his habit. He wasn't all that handy with the gun. It wasn't like he seemed like he was very experienced with the gun, but I think that he gets himself into stuff, just like Jesse talks about getting himself into things. He gets himself into things and then ends up having to lie and create these different opportunities, right, to get himself out, and basically sort of interested in shooting himself out. But I think that he's, again, a fake wannabe. I think he's a wannabe drug dealer, a wannabe big man, a wannabe. He's not the drug dealer he's not the focused, confident drug dealer that you see on the plane. We don't know his name, but Jimmy is not the drug dealer on the plane. And then Jimmy basically dies in Setback. So his narrative ends early enough, and so the other narratives kind of take over. The drug dealer on the plane, so he feels like Brian has made a fool of him when it was Jimmy he had to deal with. And I wonder too if Jimmy really had a deal with him. It just seemed kind of odd, that relationship the drug dealer had with Jimmy. But the drug dealer feels like Brian has made a fool of him. So he's sort of pushing at the wrong target. He's targeting his anger at the wrong person. Drug dealer saves face by offering a 3-part choice. So remember, one of them had to replace Jim. One of them was going to can leave. One of them had to replace Jimmy, and one was going to die. And so, which is kind of interesting, though, that he was, you would think that he was in a powerful position in offering that 3-part choice. And again, he works like God, an omniscient type figure, right? That I'm going to give you the choice to make the choice, right? It's interesting, though, he wasn't willing to kill all 3. So in leaving Brian with the choice, it was almost like he really wasn't willing to kill the 2 kids. And he was hoping Brian would be the one to make that decision for him, because if he was a true violent drug dealer who really doesn't care and wanted to save face, he would have killed all of them. Why didn't he kill all of them, right? The drug dealer shoots Brian, so basically Brian basically dies in Setback. He can no longer go through a correction period, a recovery period, a restoration period, or advanced period. Brian essentially dies in Setback. So he can't go back and try to tell his wife what really happened and how everything transpired. He will never get that chance again. Same thing as Jimmy. The drug dealer maintains appearances of being a strong man, right? And then he perpetuates his own setback. So however the drug dealer started, and which is, if he was presenting a choice for one person to replace another, it's likely that he had to do the same when he was in his younger years. And he probably was, he's probably also, what's his name? Jesse, coming from a economically depressed situation, wanting to leave the city clean, trying to leave, and then getting involved in another type of situation that led him down the drug dealing path. So as a drug dealer, whether he's a low-level drug dealer or a high-level drug dealer, he perpetuates his own setback because he's going to now take Jesse and turn him into Jimmy, who was a drug dealer, and continue the drug dealing life. So these are the setbacks. So now that we have gone through a full film analysis of press, I want to now try to apply the 7 stages of setback. Remember that comes from my book titled Overcoming Setback. And so I want to look at the definitions and what the stages suggest for Brian, Jesse, and Sammy, and Jimmy. Jimmy is the drug dealer, but don't forget that there's this shadow drug dealer in the head drug dealer who was in the plane. So we're sort of looking at him too. So recap the 7 stages of setback. Remember: missed opportunity, punishment, pain, correction, recovery, restoration, and advance. And we're going to get into the definitions and then try to apply the each stage to each character. So for missed opportunity is to miss something. To miss something is to fail to notice, hear, or understand something that was crucial for you to know. What opportunities did Brian, Jesse, and Sammy, and Jimmy miss? Let me read that again. So to miss something is to fail to notice, hear, or understand something that was crucial for you to know. What opportunities did Brian, Jesse, and Sammy, and Jimmy miss? So if we look at Brian, the main opportunity that he missed was just basically going home. Going home, he could have avoided all of the temptations that came after the decision to not go home and tell his wife. She might have given him a new way of looking at things. She might have been upset, but you can't be really upset with someone who lost their job due to job cuts, right? So she might have been sympathetic. She might have held him. So somewhere he didn't trust his wife to be there for him. I understand that people are afraid in terms of ego reasons why they don't want to go in and tell their partners or whatever, but there were times that he could have told her from a distance while he was on the phone sitting in the car a little ways from the house. You may not want to go straight in and tell her and face her, face to face, but he could have told her in the car. There are many ways that he could have told her, but that was essentially his missed opportunity. There was an inherent instruction in the situation, in this setback, because to overcome setback, you're going to have to go through correction, and correction is a form of instruction. So you need instruction to move you forward throughout the process. And that the inherent instruction with Brian was essentially go home, because you have a home, go home. And so you don't need anybody really to tell you that, because you don't have anywhere else to go in terms of a job situation, so you go home. So that was his missed opportunity. Jesse and Sammy are interesting. So their missed opportunity, Jesse, I feel his missed opportunity is not necessarily leaving clean. I feel that when he burned the community college brochure, that's his missed opportunity. It's a little ways into the movie, but that would have been the next step. And you could argue that his missed opportunity also, when he is discussing, high school with Brian in the kids' room, that implicit in that discussion is he didn't finish. So inherent, the missed opportunity is to finish high school. That's obvious. Finish high school, right? And then the next missed opportunity is to go to community college. So if Jesse didn't want to finish school and he didn't want to attend community college, then the next thing he should have done was go to technical school or something like that and get a skill. But that's basically his missed opportunity, not listening to the fact that he needs to do something with his life. And that Sammy comes along and says, when Jesse says he wants to leave, okay, that's not a plan, right? So then we look at Sammy and his missed opportunity. Sammy's missed opportunity to me is continually getting in the car, not listening to his own conscience about Jesse jacking cars. That if you are so bothered by Jesse jacking cars, why do you continue to get in the car? Jesse is going down the wrong road. He's going down the wrong path. And when you get in the car, you are co-signing what Jesse is doing. So Sammy's missed opportunity in my in my interpretation, is that he's just ignoring his own conscience. He's just completely, he it's almost like he makes a point of trying to make a point, but he knows he's not going to follow through. And in those times, it almost seemed like Sammy believes that Jesse holds all the power in the relationship. But as we noted throughout the film analysis, when Sammy is holding the money, Sammy is the one who really holds all the power in the relationship, because after all, it's Sammy who gets Jesse into the jacking of that last card that turns out to be the wrong card with money in it, and turns out to be from the wrong person. So Sammy is just basically ignoring his own conscience. Jimmy, I think, is a liar, and I think he doesn't understand that he's a liar, and that I truly believe that wasn't his bar, because he never went into an office. He never acted like he ran, like he owned the bar. You know, bosses talk to bosses. That's why I think with Brian should have been able to recognize the liar in Jimmy, because bosses should be able to recognize bosses. No, Brian was not the CEO of the company, but he was the director of sales, which means he had people under him that he supervised, he managed, he directed. And so then why didn't you see Jimmy doing the same thing? So Jimmy, to me, failed to notice that he is not what he's trying to make himself out to be. I think he's a wannabe drug dealer. I think he's a wannabe boss. I think he's a wannabe major player in this whole drug dealer hierarchy. And it would have been better for him to act like what he really is, which was staff. And then you build from there. Don't try to be something that you are not. So that's what I think about those characters in terms of missed opportunity. Punishment. So the purpose of punishment is to address negative and or bad behavior. To punish is to inflict a penalty, discipline, and correction. So what was the punishment for Brian, Jesse, and Sammy, and then Jimmy? So the immediate punishment for Brian, punishment depends on the decision making. So you could say that Brian was punished in losing his job, but that's kind of like a general punishment that applies to everybody. But when he comes into the bar and he engages Jimmy, we don't really see punishment there. It isn't until he gives over the money, and that the punishment is that money being stolen or not being used the way it was supposed to be used. This is kind of a hard one, because Brian is really punished at the end of the movie. So then you have to wonder, does he really go through the whole stages of setback, right? From setback to comeback, because his punishment comes at the end. But if we look at, say, giving over the money to Jimmy, and then Jimmy ended up losing the money, it's like morality or something is punishing you, rules are punishing you, or whatever your mother used to tell you about doing wrong is kind of punishing you. But it's not an immediate punishment, right? But it's sort of like a punishment. Jesse and Sammy are interesting because they are not necessarily immediately punished, but when they steal the car with the money in it, and the car is gets a flat tire, you could say that might be their punishment. It's like society. You get into something and you do wrong, right? You get that immediate punishment. But if you look at Jesse's, decision to fight the man who was trying to hurt his mom, and the man throws him across the room, that could be a punishment for coming between two adults, right? But if you look at the punishment from stealing the car And then, because he hadn't had any punishment leading up to that, he was able to jack cars for a long time without actually being caught. And in some regards, they were not really caught until basically the end of the movie, when the drug dealer has them all come in, and they're sitting in the actual plane. So then if you look at it from that frame, Jesse is punished in terms of he's now having to become Jimmy. He's going to now become the new drug dealer. And then the pain of that would be him having to live life not clean, right? And then you kind of go through the rest of the stages of Setback. Sammy is punished. Sammy's punishment, there isn't any, Sammy gets off. So Sammy's negative and bad behavior, instigating the last carjacking, and then they're all in the plane, but he gets to leave. His negative bad behavior is not really addressed because he gets to leave. But if you look at the fact that he can't leave with his friend, that could be the penalty. That could be something that he remembers, discipline. And the friend that he grew up with all these years, he can't have that friend anymore. If Sammy can no longer have his friendship with Jesse, that is the ultimate punishment for him. Now, how he begins to address his own negative and or bad behavior will depend upon his own ego, his own anger, his own bitterness, right? He would have to, self-reflect, because remember, he was the last instigator. And even though Jesse was the one who got him into a lot of things in terms of just carjacking and stealing, he still took the initiative to start his own carjacking. So you have to wonder if Sammy is going to continue in that tradition, in a sense. Then we have Jimmy. And Jimmy's bad behavior is constantly rewarded until it's no longer rewarded. That his behavior of sort of conning people comes to a head when he does that last con. And the last con is with Brian, and they end up fighting, and then Jimmy ends up dying. So that is his punishment. He couldn't go back. He couldn't go through the rest of the stages of Setback, from Setback to Advance, from missed opportunity to Advance. He's not going to be able to go through the rest of the stages because he's dead. And that's what happens sometimes with people when they are in Setback. They don't recognize where they are and the implications of it, and that you can die in your Setback. You can die in the punishment phase of your Setback. How many people die in correction, die in prison, correctional facilities? So there's a possibility that you may never overcome, because once you are dead, that ends the sort of overcoming Setback process. So punishment, addressing negative and or bad behavior. So then we have pain. The pain reminds you that you have done something wrong. You have made the wrong move, and you need to undergo a process to let the pain ride itself out until the fever breaks. So what pain did Brian, Jesse, and Sammy and Jimmy feel and or endure? So if you're looking at the idea that pain reminds you that you have done something wrong, you have made the wrong move, you have to actually believe that, though. Brian doesn't believe that taking that $100,000 and giving it to somebody that he doesn't know, to people he don't know, he doesn't feel the pain of that. He doesn't feel the pain of it, because if he felt the pain of it, you sort of live with the pain and think about it before you actually do it. And so he does it in a whim. he only feels pain, true pain, when there's a threat to his livelihood. That's what I think, because everything is kind of like a dulling of his personality, a dulling of his senses. Like he doesn't really understand what's really going on or the implications of what he's really doing. But when Jimmy loses the money and doesn't return his phone calls, and Brian goes to the bar to confront him, then that's when he feels pain. He feels pain, of course, when he ends up killing Jimmy, the pain of that decision. But then after that, he kind of, covers it up. So he doesn't stay with the pain long enough, right, to confess it as a particular issue that he's done wrong. When you look at Jesse's countenance, remember, he's jacked cars. When he's in the car, he's very ego driven. But then when he's away from the car, you see his countenance. It's like he feels bad for what he has done. And his pain later comes when he can't leave the city clean. So then does he go through the rest of the stages of setback? And will he ever be able to overcome his setback? It's unlikely. So every time he conducts a drug run, he's going to be in pain. And he's going to be in a perpetual setback until he is blood out. Sammy's pain is obvious, that Sammy will always remember that he's the one who got his friend into the last carjacking that resulted in Brian dying and Jesse having to become a drug runner. That is his forever pain for Sammy, that he didn't have to initiate. He should have just let his friend leave. If anything, if you let the friend leave, you may be able to come to where the friend is. But if you don't let the friend leave, you end up losing the friend, which actually happens. So his pain is going to be perpetual, because the friend that he grew up with and went to school with, he'll never be able to see again. And then Jimmy's pain is, to me, is finding a mark in order to accomplish whatever it is he's trying to accomplish, and then it turning out bad. And we don't know the history of Jimmy engaging as a con man, but when you look at his image and how his face is, his stare at Brian, that's not a stare that started with Brian. That's a stare that's been around for a long time. So that means that Jimmy had more than enough time to make changes in his life before this last painful situation where he is actually being killed. So he no longer can feel the pain. See, there's areas of pain that you get before you get to the last pain that is the last one. And the last one leads to death, so to speak. So you mean to tell me that Jimmy never felt bad somewhere on his journey about engaging in drug dealing or conning people or marking people or something like that? He never felt bad about that. And you don't start that as an adult. You've been doing something like that since your childhood. That's why you see Jesse and Sammy, the two teens. That's an implication that a lot of stuff happened from the time you were young. Your environment shapes you, but you make decisions as well. And so Jimmy has lived with himself for a long time for him to make better decisions in the same way as Brian. So pain reminds you that you have done something wrong, you have made the wrong move, and you need to undergo a process to let the pain ride itself out. And that's not going to happen if you're dead, though. So correction, the purpose of correction is to get you back on the original path set for you, or you set for yourself. Correction is defined as the returning of something to its former place or condition. So how were Brian, Jesse, and Sammy and Jimmy corrected? I guess the question should be, how should they have been corrected? Or how could they have been corrected? So I'm going to take it from that particular vantage point, right? And then look at the actual question that you see on the screen here. So they should have been corrected, Brian, in terms of once the 500 to 5,000 piqued his interest, made him even more curious. But once he said, I can't afford it, the $100,000, then that should have kept him home. And then he would have been able to go through a correction process, saying to himself, it's not a good idea to gamble. I need to find a better way, maybe continue to look for work. That should have been his correction. Jesse's correction should have been not to necessarily leave home, but if you're not going to go to school or community college, go get a job, right? You can say the same of Sammy. Go get a job. You don't need to jack cars for money or anything like that. Just go get a job, right? The same can be for Jimmy. Go get a job. Jimmy was at his job, but Jimmy was trying to be some baller as some sort of wannabe drug dealer when he was really stabbed. It would have been better for him to just continue to work, save his money, and do something and do some other business venture. He was trying to be in business or something. That lets you know that business wasn't his business. So that's what they should have done, right? So then if we look at the purpose of correction, to get you back on the original path set for you, or you set for yourself, and returning to a former place or condition. Well, if they would have been corrected, when would have been the best time for them to be corrected? For Brian, not return to the club, of course. But correction could have come much earlier as well. If he would have gone home the first time, and he and the wife could have sat down at the table, put on a pot of coffee, and talked this thing out, right? Instead of focusing on the Cancer Society donation, focus on how we're going to make it for the next 6 months, and then continue to go out and look for work. But by the time you get to the end of the movie and Brian, Jesse, and Sammy are sitting in a plane, their correction comes from the drug dealer. And it's the drug dealer who gives them 3 options. But in some ways, Brian has to make the choice, and it's almost like self-correcting. And he had kind of prophesied in a little bit when he was in the kids' room, saying he would probably be dead in a couple hours. And so Brian gets to the end of life and he can't be corrected. Now, in that moment before his death, well, let's go back. I know where he could have been corrected. He was corrected in his thinking. When he was in the kids' room and he was talking to Jesse, and he was talking about the purpose of life is to be happy and to do right. That's where his correction is. So yeah, I take that back. For Brian, that's where his correction is. It's like it come to him, but he knows he's going to die. He may not know for certain until the thing actually happens, but he's not going to be able to fulfill that revelation that he gets while sitting in the kids' room, that the purpose of life is to be happy and do what's right. Okay. So let's stay in the kids' room. For Jesse, he says, I keep getting myself into these things. That's the beginning of him sort of grieving over his decision making, that he shouldn't have been doing all the stuff that he's been doing. So that's corrected in his understanding. But in the end, while he's in the plane, he's not going to be able to fulfill that corrected understanding, because he's just got himself into the ultimate thing, which is now becoming a drug runner. Sammy is saying basically to Jesse that you don't have a plan, and Sammy's dialogue is based upon what Jesse is doing. So Sammy doesn't have any real true dialogue other than saying to Jesse, you need a plan, or saying to Jesse, let's enjoy this money, right? Let's enjoy this. And then later in the limo, we're rich. But how is he corrected? It's hard to say because he ends up leaving in the end, and he's really not the main, he's part of the narrative plot. But again, his thinking depends upon, is predicated on what Jesse is thinking. So he responds to Jesse. And so his correction could be that he needs to be a thinking individual, a single thinking individual, because he does this back and forth. Okay, I don't think this is right to do, but then he turns around and does exactly the thing that he doesn't think it is right to do. Jimmy is not really corrected. Jimmy, to me, doesn't honestly learn anything. Jimmy pulls out a gun. And Jimmy, that's not the first time that Jimmy has pulled out a gun. So Jimmy believes that pulling out a gun is going to solve the problem. So there's no correction. He's not interested in getting on the original path. And in some ways, the narrative, the film shuts him down because it's like it knows that he's not going to be correct. He's not going to change. He's not going to change his thinking. Because by the time you get to the point where you're using a gun, you should have a better thinking about things, but he's not interested in having a better thinking. So to recover is to return to a state of health, mind, and strength. Without soundness of mind, it would be difficult to accomplish or achieve anything. And then how did Brian, Jesse, and Sammy and Jimmy recover? And so I want to make a quick note of the difference between accomplish and achieve. Accomplish is connected to success, immediate success, levels of success. So you complete something, you are successful, and you keep moving up the ladder, right? Achieve means that accomplish requires self-control. You managing momentary impulses, right? To accomplish the thing you are trying to accomplish. Achieve is really connected to grit, and that your attempt is to solve this one problem, and it may take you years, decades, or your lifetime, right? So accomplish and achieve are two different things. So then when you connect it to recovery, you are saying, well, I am suggesting that there was a larger vision in mind, that you got distracted, but now you have an opportunity to get back on the right path to recover yourself, right? To return to a state of health and mind and strength. That had Brian just come home and sat down and stayed with the newspaper or went to visit a headhunter, that he would have eventually recovered maybe after 6 months, right? He could have leveraged the house. He was able to get $100,000 out of his portfolio, so he had more than enough money to make a better decision. But he allowed himself to be pulled into Jimmy's mess. So he never recovered because he dies in the end. The money, he has the tool of recovery in the $100,000, but he gives over his life savings, or portion of the life savings from the investment portfolio, to a con, and then the con loses the money. And so he can't recover from that. He can't take much more out of his portfolio because it's going to send up a warning signal to the bank as well as to the IRS. So he's stuck. So he never recovers. Jesse never really recovers, right? Because he's going to become a drug runner. We don't know if Sammy recovers. He recovers in the sense that he returns to his life, and he's able to keep his life, but we don't know what his lifespan is going to turn into. We don't know if he's going to be so mad at the fact that he had to let his friend go and go into a life of crime. He does come from a rich background, so he has many more advantages, right? But it's funny how the person who comes from the rich background is so willing to burn their own house as well, right? So Sammy, we can understand Sammy being acting out in his childish behavior, right? childlike behavior, but we don't understand how Brian can do the same thing. So Sammy's recovery really depends on him stepping up as an individual and taking responsibility. See, he was absolved of responsibility when the drug dealer let him go, or when Brian makes a decision to let Sammy go. He was absolved of the responsibility. He got to leave. He got to walk out. But he's going to remember the gunshot. He's going to remember his friend. He's going to remember the whole exercise. Then Jimmy doesn't recover again because he's basically dead. Because he never recovered the money. He never recovered the deal. He never recovered his state of mind. He's running from what's supposed to be his business, right? If that's his business, why couldn't he leverage the business as collateral to get $100,000? Like I said, that wasn't his business, so he never recovers. Once his punishment is basically that death, so he doesn't go through the rest of the stages of setback. Restoration requires mentorship, and mentorship is predicated on learning from someone who has walked out the process. So how were Brian, Jesse, and Sammy and Jimmy restored? And so if we're looking at it from the lens of mentorship, we don't see anyone really mentoring Brian. Remember, he is the director of sales, but we don't see his boss, and we don't see really the people up under him. So when he leaves with his box, he leaves just with his box. The only person that we might see mentoring him is a phone call that he makes to his investment portfolio manager. So that might be a little bit of mentorship in him, in the manager telling him that he can't take too much money out, right? So he's setting limits. Mentors help to set limits, set boundaries, help you to guide and navigate through those limits and boundaries. So that might be something that you can think of. And he should have honestly stayed on the phone with the bank manager, with the investment portfolio manager. He should have stayed on the phone with him and got even more mentorship, right? He might not have gone into the bar. He might have driven off. He might have said, he could have said, let me come into the office and let's talk. And then that would have been a way to get off the path that was going to lead to destruction in the end, and get back on the path where he's trying to make life work in a right way, in a clean way. Jesse is kind of mentored by Brian in the kids' room, although Jesse is tied up, chained up, but he is kind of mentored. They kind of, sort of mirror each other. And it's Brian who tells Jesse that he still needs a plan, that's not a plan. And then somehow the situation brings out of Jesse this idea of wanting to have a business, things like that. And so Jesse kind of also mentors himself when you think about it. He says out of his soul, really, I always get myself into these things. Why do I always get myself into these things? And that's sort of like self-mentoring, so that you can go through a process of reflecting on that and then moving forward. But he doesn't get the opportunity because the path requires that you pay for your mistake, that he doesn't get a chance to walk out of the plane and receive further mentoring and learn from it, right? That the mentoring, had he just decided to go to community college, finish high school, or get a GED and then go to community college, he would have been able to receive the mentoring through coursework, completing coursework, and then be able to create his own business. No, the allure of money and the allure of making hasty decisions is what sort of put him in the predicament that he's in at the end of the movie. Sammy is not really mentored by Jesse. Sammy does have some kind of a conscience about him, but he doesn't let it stay long enough in his mind, he jumps into the car, and into the car that Jesse just jacked. So like I said, if he's so bothered by this, then he shouldn't get into the car. And then Jimmy, of course, remember, he's not restored. In fact, he's buried by Brian. So again, he never goes through the rest of the stages of setback. To advance, which is the last stage of setback, is to move forward in a purposeful way and make or cause progress. Advancing is a forward and continuous movement. How did Brian, Jesse, and Sammy and Jimmy advance? So if we look at Jimmy, he didn't advance. Brian, Brian in some ways kind of advances in the end while he's sitting in a plane, and he's forced to make a focused decision. Now it's going to lead to his death, but and essentially he's moving forward into death. But for the first time in the movie, he makes a focused decision in saying that Sammy can leave, basically Jessica can stay, and then of course by default Brian is killed, right? Jesse moves forward in a false way, that whereas he wouldn't get a job and stop carjacking, now he basically has a job, but he has to live his life unclean. He's a drug dealer, or he's going to become a drug dealer, but it's a false sense of advancing. And so, and that movement has to be forward and continuous, even though he's really in a setback, a perpetual setback until blood out. Sammy is moving forward, but he's psychologically damaged. He's really in a spell. He's going to need counseling, but he can't talk about the problem, right? He's putting up the flyers, but he's really not supposed to tell anybody about what happened to Jesse. So he's basically, it's funny how we don't see the black SUV following Sammy, but we see it following Brian's wife at the end. And we see the SUV, following all of them throughout the movie. But we don't see him following Sammy, which says something about the economic status, right, of Sammy. He's rich, right? And so that's interesting to me that we don't see that happening when he had a direct connection to the situation, to the context, and not the wife. And then, of course, Jimmy doesn't advance because Jimmy died at punishment level. So in concluding this film analysis and applying the stages of setback, what can we learn from Brian's, Jesse's, and Sammy's, and Jimmy's setbacks? That's a big sigh that I just gave. And if we look at the totality of the whole film and all of the characters and their development, there's only really one conclusion: work. That you can alleviate a lot of problems in your life if you go and work on a job. You wouldn't have to go to prison for drug dealing if you just chose to work on a job. That Brian could have stayed. His wife was already gone on a trip, and that gave him enough time to plan a different type of strategy. And he knows as a 100% responsible grown individual that he has to work. So then if he knows that, why is he engaging any gambling, hasty decision-making type of opportunities? Jesse and Sammy taken together, somebody in their lives is not encouraging them on the right path. Even Sammy should not be hanging out with a person who carjacks cars. I don't care if it's his friend or not. So why isn't it seems like Sammy's parents are encouraging him into college because it is on his tongue. And then Jesse counters that and says that, you know, Sammy is rich and of course he can be able to go to college and things like that. And that Jesse is sort of offended at the idea that he won't be able to go directly to a university, I guess. And so he sets afire the community college brochure. But Jesse, we find out later in the kids' room when he's stuck and tied up that he won't even finish high school. So what we can learn from the setbacks of Jesse and Sammy: finish school, go get a job as a teenager, go to college. It's simple. I tell my students all the time, the easiest thing that you can do living in your parents' house is to get out your studies. Maybe have a little part-time job, but that's the easiest thing to do, because once you leave, you have the responsibilities of an adult. And both of them are trying to be an adult before their time. And so Jimmy is not a true adult because he's operating in a childlike understanding. You can see why Jesse and Sammy are the way they are, because they're still adolescents, you know. You don't really mature in your brain until about 20s or something. And so we can see that. But Jimmy's been around for a long time. So has Brian. And they should have been better examples. Jesse and Sammy should not have had, well, I don't know if I want to go that route. But Brian and Jimmy just should have been better examples. They would not have had to navigate life with Brian if Brian wasn't on the wrong path. Brian just as much as shaped the setbacks as Jimmy shaped the setbacks as well. And so, but still, if you look at just Jesse and Sammy alone, they shouldn't be going around jacking cars either. That they created their own setbacks in jacking cars. And the setback is that they're not willing to work. They are willing to skip ahead and get money before the time and call that success. And that's not success. That's stealing. And as soon as they make the decision to steal the cars or carjack the cars and abandon them and steal the money and spend all the money, and they have created their setback. So they have no other choice but to go through the stages of setback, right? Because they missed their opportunities. And Brian and Jimmy, of course. So this is an interesting film. I like Press very much because it's about life and the pressing that we feel in our individual lives. And hopefully you were able to learn something, gain insight from this film analysis. Thank you for listening. All right, so hopefully you were able to gain some insight from this lecture. Please like, subscribe, and like the video, subscribe to the channel. You can visit my website, reginayfavors.com. You can always send me an email. Please purchase the book when it comes out. It's going to come out approximately August 2021. I needed to make some changes to it and do some final editing. So the book title is Overcoming Setback: 5 Keys for Entering and Exiting Correction. Thank you for listening to this audio. Have a great day.